Selamat pagi Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian.
To ensure the smoothness of this event, allow me to remind you the housekeeping rules for our Indonesia Energy Transition Dialogue 2023. This event is held in hybrid from the ballroom of Hotel JS Luansa, and you can also attend online from IESR.info. This event will be conducted in Bahasa Indonesia. For those of you joining us through the website of IETD.info or the Zoom application, we provide interpretation feature by clicking option change audio and the global on your screen. And for those of you who are here, we provide you with the receiver for you to use. Bapak Ibu,
from Bahasa to English and vice versa. You can enable this feature by clicking the change audio button or globe logo on your screen. And for those of you who join us here, we provide a set of receiver that you can use.
And for those of you, the panelists in Zoom, please make sure that you keep your camera on and activate your microphone when you want to speak. Thank you. May peace and blessings be upon us. Good morning, a warm welcome to all of us. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Welcome to Indonesia Energy Transition Dialogue 2023, enabling rapid power sector transformation. Please give a big round of applause for our event this morning. Once again, thank you for your attendance. I'm happy that I, and my colleague, Ren Halmata, will guide you through the GTD event on Monday, 18 September 2023. I hope all of you are always in good health. Before we start our event, allow me to invite all of you to sing the Indonesian national anthem. Please, you may all please rise.
Saya. Hadirin dipersilakan.
You may please be seated. Indonesia Energy Transition Dialogue 2023, or IETD, is a annual dialogue held by Indonesia Clean Energy Forum, or ICEF, in collaboration with Institute of Essential Reform, or IESR. And this year is held with the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources of the Republic of Indonesia. In 2023, IETD have started the sixth edition and become the platform for the policymakers and business leaders, civil society, academics, and various community to share latest knowledge and to build common understanding in implementing the IETD in Indonesia. This year, Indonesia Energy Transition Dialogue focuses on discussing strategies for accelerating energy transformation in the power generation sector. And today we'll discuss in more depth the long-term strategy for achieving the net zero emission target and action steps for implementing JETP, Indonesia's readiness to accelerate renewable energy, as well as all policies and schemes in the electric system. Through this event, IETD aims to become the platform across sectors for the central government, bilateral cooperation, business players, community organization, academics, and also financial institutions to do a collaboration action to achieve the national target zero emission in 2050. To open this event, we will listen to the introduction remarks by Mr. Fabi Tumuyoa as the Executive Director for Indonesia Clean Energy Forum, or ICEF, and Institute for Essential Reform, or IESR. Mr. Fabi, the stage is yours. May peace and blessings be upon us. Shalom, Namo Buddhaya, Om Swastiastu, Salam Kebajikan. Selamat pagi. Yang
Excellency General Secretary National Energy Council, Dr. Susanto, His Excellency Chairman of Indonesia Clean Energy Forum, Dr. Bapak President PhD, His Excellency Dr. Purnomo Yusdianto, our Secretary, His Excellency Ambassador of the Indonesia, Writing, distinguished member of Indonesia Clean Energy Forum, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, esteemed participants. Welcome to the Indonesia Energy Transition Dialogue 2023. The Indonesia Clean Energy Forum, or ICEF, and IESR first presented IETD investment. This year is the 6th edition of IETD. And this year IETD is unique in that it is hosted for the first time by the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources. We appreciate the ministry's strong support for this program and also for our work in accelerating energy transition in Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce Indonesia Clean Energy Forum. It is established in 2018. ICEF is a group of 25 prominent individuals representing the various stakeholders, including top-level policymakers from ministries, business, experts, civil society organizations, and academia in the Indonesia energy sector. ICEF has the objective of providing views, direction, and recommendation on the energy transition in Indonesia. Professor Kuntoro Mangkusubroto served as ICEF chairperson from 2018 to 2023, and since 2 months ago, we have Professor Bambang Brojonegoro, know him as a seasoned minister and highly regarded academic, has taken over his position. We respect and are thankful to Professor Kuntoro for his dedication and leadership at the ICEF. Ladies and gentlemen, since the introduction of energy transition on the global scale, we have learned that the process is complex, risky, challenging, and costly, with significant implications for energy security, people livelihood, and a country's economic development. Every country, I believe, faces unique challenges in defining the pathways and journey to the transition away from fossil fuels and decarbonize the energy system. To make the energy transition just, secure, and beneficial to all citizens, I believe that it must be carefully planned, include input and participation from the best mind among citizens, and be inclusive and accountable. It necessitates ongoing communication as well. And this is why IETD was held and continues today. IETD provides a space for dialogue and discussion among stakeholders based on data and credible scientific analysis to contribute to the design of the energy transition in Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, at the G20 summit a few weeks ago, the leaders agreed to a target to triple global renewable energy capacity by 2030. This target aligns with the global goal to limit temperature increase to 1.5 degrees Celsius. It is an ambitious yet achievable goal, according to International Energy Agency. This target means that global renewable energy must increase from 3,600 gigawatts in 2022 to 11,000 gigawatts in 2030. After 2025, additional new capacity in renewable has to reach between 1,000 gigawatts to 1,500 gigawatts annually. Indonesia is a part of the deal. We agree to this deal. Therefore, it is our moral responsibility to contribute to meeting this target. And this year, IETD focused on enabling rapid power sector transformation, as the government has designated the power sector as priority in order to achieve net zero emission by 2060 or earlier, and because it is the energy sector low-hanging fruit. Compared to the other sectors, such as transport and industry, the power sector is easier because of three reasons. First, technology viability. Carbonizing the power sector is technically feasible and relatively straightforward compared to other sectors like transportation or heavy industry. There are mature and proven technologies available such as solar, wind, hydro, and biomass that produce electricity with significantly lower carbon emissions compared to the fossil fuel. Second, grid integration. Electricity generation can be easily integrated into existing power grid, and renewable energy sources like solar and wind can be added incrementally, making it easier to scale up and clean energy generation without major disruption to energy supply. And the third, economic benefit. The falling cost of renewable energy technology make them increasingly competitive with fossil fuels. Transitioning to clean energy can lead to cost saving in the long run, reduce fuel price volatility, and potential job creation in the renewable energy sector. That's three reasons. Ladies and gentlemen, enabling rapid transition in the power sector requires a combination of strategic, technological, and policy driving factors. Long-term government commitment, long-term vision, and no-regret attitude are all strategic factors that contribute to fostering innovation, investment, and active stakeholder participation. Technological factors include renewable energy integration, energy storage solution, interconnection, smart grid solution, energy efficiency measures, and power system flexibility are important. While energy pricing policy, carbon pricing, electricity market reform, public investment, and financial incentive for renewables, also a roadmap for phasing out coal power generation and making renewable energy accessible for all are key policy and regulatory framework. Also support for research and development, the innovation ecosystem, clean energy industry, community involvement, participation of subnational government, worker preparation, and international cooperation must go hand in hand with those factors mentioned above. All of this will be discussed and debated during the 3 days of. Finally, I would like to thank the ICEF member for their guidance and continued support to this event. All my team at IESR who prepared this event, all speaker and moderators, all funders, and all participants for attending this event and making contribution to shape the direction of energy transition in Indonesia. Thank you, and may God be with you all. Together, we shall make Indonesia energy transition just, equitable, sustainable, and beneficial to us all, the people. Have a good day and enjoy IETD 2023. Thank you.
Baik, Mas Fabi Tumiwa, terima kasih atas sambutannya.
Thank you for the remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to listen in for the next remarks. They will be delivered by Professor Bambang Brojonegoro. As the for Professor Bambang, the stage is yours. Peace be upon you all. Shalom, Namo Buddhaya, Om Swastiastu, Salam Kebajikan.
And very good morning. Bapak Yudo Winanda Priyadi, Director General of New Renewable Energy and Energy Conservation, Pak Widiawan from ICEF, and then Pak Fabi, and also representative of US Embassy, Pak Joko from National Energy Council, and distinguished panelists, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to begin by expressing my deepest appreciation and gratitude for your presence and participation in the 6th Indonesia Energy Transition Dialogue. I sincerely hope that this year's IETD will catalyze crucial discourse needed to advance energy transition in Indonesia. It is my wish that IETD continues to evolve, becoming an even better annual convening ground for stakeholders, experts, and clean energy enthusiasts. This forum is invaluable for exchanging ideas, sharing best practices, and driving forward action in the acceleration of low-carbon energy transition. It is a profound honor for me as a chairman of Indonesia Clean Energy Forum to carry forward the legacy of Professor Kuntoro Mangkusubroto and lead this distinguished forum filled with the eminent members of ICEF. Since its inaugural event in 2018, ICEF has consistently hosted the annual Indonesia Energy Transition Dialogue. This event serves as a platform for innovative breakthrough and exchange of intelligent ideas, particularly in the context of Indonesia's energy transition. ICEF is committed to continuously facilitating this dialogue, refining the process along the way as our contribution to Indonesia. We understand that energy transition is a dynamic journey. To address and overcome the challenges of our current global crisis, climate change, we must remain open-minded, embrace fresh perspective, and implement the most effective strategies. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we all recognize that the energy transition is a pivotal strategy to ensure the average global temperature rise doesn't exceed 1.5 degrees centigrade. The impact of climate change is increasingly evident. Extreme weather events, global heat waves, and rising sea levels all reaching records high this year. Indonesia is equally susceptible to the risk of the climate crisis as the rest of the world. Thus, it is in our best interest to align Indonesia with global efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emission. The Indonesian government has indeed demonstrated vision and leadership in this endeavor, setting a target for net zero emission by 2060, if not sooner. The government's commitment and intention are unequivocally robust. Indonesia's active participation in various international and diplomatic forums emphasize its resolve to foster more cooperation and secure more green investment for energy transition. With the target clearly defined, the next imperative step is determining how to achieve it. A pressing question for developing nations like Indonesia is how can we navigate this path while ensuring economic development and improving the well-being of our citizens. In essence, Indonesia must outline its low-carbon development trajectory. The concept of low-carbon development must be translated into coherent strategies and tangible action to achieve all development objectives. One of our most daunting challenges is balancing the urgency of energy transition and decarbonization with our aspiration to bolster our economy and break free from the middle income trap. This situation underscores the necessity for a fresh perspective and innovative approaches to be openly discussed and adaptively implemented. It is in this very capacity that ICEF aims to support the government. This year's Indonesia Energy Transition Dialogue is themed Enabling Rapid Power Sector Transformation. The power sector is not only the energy sector's low-hanging fruit for a low-carbon transition, but also a key enabler for the broader energy sector's decarbonization, encompassing the transport and industry sector. This is achieved through extensive electrification and the production of clean fuels, such as hydrogen. Momentum is building with ongoing efforts making the transition from coal to clean power plants viable, as exemplified by initiatives like Energy Transition Mechanism and Just Energy Transition Partnership, or JETP. Our three days dialogue will delve into carefully selected topics, aiming to illuminate how Indonesia can optimize its renewable energy potential. The first day of this dialogue will focus on long-term strategies and vision, charting the direction of power sector transmission in the upcoming decades. The subsequent day will feature a workshop addressing technical solutions that aid the integration of more renewables into power system. On the final day, discussion will center around regulatory and policy support for renewable energy, factors enabling broader participation in the energy transition, and strategies to secure essential financing. Yet, enabling power sector transformation requires a deeper, focused approach beyond the discussion schedule for the coming days. We must channel our research and development efforts to fully bolster this progression, aiming to make renewable energy the mainstay of Indonesia's primary energy. It is crucial to intensify technological research in electricity generation from biomass, geothermal, hydro, solar, wind, and tidal energy sources. We need more scholarly papers, innovative prototypes, and groundbreaking projects. Additionally, enhancing the local workforce capacities and skills, both academically and vocationally, is paramount to seamlessly executing the energy transition. It is imperative we don't over-rely on external parties or foreign technology. Consequently, adapting our educational curriculum to align with the energy transition becomes essential. In this edition of the Indonesia Energy Transition Dialogue, we also eagerly await insights from potential presidential candidates, keen to understand their perspective on the energy transition for the forthcoming 5-year leadership term. We are intrigued to discern how our prospective leaders envision Indonesia's energy transition process, meeting developmental objectives, securing necessary funding, and contributing to the global challenges. In conclusion, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all attendees and participants. I trust that the dialogue in 2023 will enrich our understanding and galvanize us to be a proactive members of the ongoing energy transition. Thank you very much, and I look forward to engaging dialogues and fruitful discussion in the sessions ahead. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much,
Terima
Prof.
kasih.
Brojonegoro, atas sambutan yang telah disampaikan.
Your welcoming remarks. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, next we will listen to the keynote speech from Minister Arifin Tasrif as Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources of the Republic of Indonesia. Minister Arifin Tasrif, the stage is yours. Yang Mulia Profesor Bambang Brojonegoro,
Indonesia Clean Energy Forum, Mr. Fabi Tumiwa, Executive Director, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a great pleasure for me to participate virtually in the Indonesia Energy Transition Dialogue 2023. I would like to express my deepest appreciation to Indonesia Clean Energy Forum and Institute for Essential Services Reform for organizing this prestigious event. Energy transition will require a significant transformation of the power sector infrastructure, especially in developing countries which still highly rely on fossil energy for power generation. We need to scaling up of renewable energy as well as phasing down of coal-fired power generation. To meet the growing demand for electricity in Indonesia, which is estimated to reach 1,942 terawatt-hour by 2060, Indonesia will build approximately 700 gigawatt renewable energy power generation. Based on energy transition roadmap towards net zero emission by 2060 or sooner, Indonesia's power development will be carried out through several strategies, such as starting by 2030, solar PV will be increased massively, followed by wind power plant in 2037. Geothermal development to be maximized, 22 gigawatt. Nuclear will be commercial by 2039, and the capacity will be increased up to more than 30 gigawatt by 2060. Pump storage will be developed in 2025, while battery energy storage system will be built massively in 2034. The government has also set a strategy of phasing down coal-fired power plants. After 2030, CFPP will be no longer be developed. Additional generation after 2030 only coming from renewable energy. The last CFPP will be end in 2058. Currently, Indonesia is also implementing several strategic measures to decarbonize power sectors. Among others are developing more than 20 gigawatt renewable energy power plants up to 2030, and roadmap of the early retirement of CSPP is being prepared. Conversion of diesel power plant to gas in 47 locations with total capacity of more than 3.2 gigawatt to renewable energy 1,130 locations with capacity about 500 megawatt. Biomass co-firing program, which will be implemented in 113 existing CFPP with total capacity of 19 gigawatt, and government provides funds for drilling in 20 geothermal working areas with potential 683 megawatt in order to reduce high risk in the geothermal sector. Electricity supply from clean energy will support electrification program in the demand side, such as electric vehicle, conversion of combustion engine to electric motorcycle, combustion stove, and charging station. In executing the supply and demand programs, Indonesia faces several challenges such as technology and good engineering practices, the availability of supporting infrastructure, as well as high investment and limited funding. To pursue an accelerated just energy transition, particularly in power sector, Indonesia acquired assistance from Just Energy Transition Partnership or JETP. Several investment focus areas under JETP are transmission and grid expansion, early coal-fired power plant retirement and managed phase down, acceleration of dispatchable renewable energy deployment, acceleration of variable renewable energy development, and renewable energy value chain enhancement. As there are still a lot of work to decarbonize power sector, we expect to collaborate with other countries which could provide proven and competitive technologies, provide competitive cost of financing, and easy to access sustainable financing, share best practices, and provide capacity building. In closing, I hope this forum will be able to formulate and realize collaborative actions in achieving net zero emission target.
Oke, baik. Terima kasih Bapak Arifin Tasrif
for the keynote speech.
Nah, itu dia tadi kita sudah menyimak.
Oh yeah, we have listened to several keynote speeches from our speakers. They have attended here, or maybe even Pak Arifin who have given the video. And ladies and gentlemen, you could visit the ISF booth in the front. So if you want to know further about what ISSR have worked on. So next up, alright, ladies and gentlemen, next we're going to enter the first session in the Indonesia Energy Transition Dialogue 2023. There's going to be a short discussion. They will discuss about net zero emission of Indonesia power sector as the forefront of energy system decarbonization. This session will be attended by Bapak Yudo Diwananda Priyadi as the Director General of New Renewable Energy and Energy Conservation as the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources. And it will also be attended by Professor Bapak Nugoro as the chairman of Indonesia Clean Energy Forum, and discussion will be moderated by Bapak Fabi Tumiwa as the executive director of IESR and ICEF. The moderator and the panelists, the stage is yours. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So now we're going to discuss about our theme about the decarbonization. And here, attending here on the stage, there's a Director General of New Renewable Energy and Energy Conservation, Pak Yudo, and also Professor Bambang Brojonegoro as the chairman of Indonesia Clean Energy Forum. So I will start with Pak Yudo first. Pak Yudo, so you are pretty active in the international meeting. So you've in several years have led Indonesia as a G20 forum, especially for the energy collaboration. So what I want to take away from the ministry is that the energy transition in Indonesia needs a massive investment. So because we all want to know, so how much funding is needed for energy transition in Indonesia, and what are the type of efforts that's been done by government to secure this funding? So this is going until 2060 that the government has the research or the paper, right? So please. So thank you, Pak Fabi, Pak Wawan, and Pak Joko. I'm Joko Siswanto. Thank you for inviting us here. So first of all, obviously, when we talk about funding, we just assume here, but we have to look at the research. So this year in the G20, so it is a low-cost financing. So what is a low-cost financing? So if we look at the numbers, we need each number is $4.4 trillion. So that's the for each year. So that's the first. The second one for Indonesia was about for 2060. So the numbers are going to increase. So it really depends on the technology actually. So we talk about energy transition that we've discussed in G20 back then. As a chairman for the G20 back then, it's Pak Fabi. So 6 years I've become an energy negotiator. If we look at there, well, first of all, so it needs, for it to be successful, it needs a technology. So technology also comes with its cost. So it's expensive, but also the one that's less expensive but less advanced. So with all the productivities. So the second one, we also need to talk about the financing or the funding as well. So this is also interesting because there's one example here. I think Pak Bambang maybe you could talk about it a bit more about the green financing. With regard to green financing, is also included as a green financing because the countries like Indonesia and our area, especially if we look at Indonesia and to Indonesia or maybe to Pakistan, is a country that we're still using a lot of coal powers, so it needs a lot of supports for this. So it's quite difficult if we could enter into a green financing because Asia has been known as a green financing, especially around ASEAN. As for the numbers, pretty massive, but if we look at the globally, well, global numbers have also increased as well, maybe around $1 trillion. As for now, we're still revising the numbers for Indonesia at least. And we're still getting, I think that's all I could explain for now. So thank you, Pak Yudo. So if I may, so there's a big needs in globally, and Indonesia especially need those fundings. So what has been done by the government to make sure that Indonesia could access those fundings? For example, today you have said that there's JETP or ATM. JETP, there's a lot of investment focus area as well. But outside of that, what have been done and maybe even hope for Indonesia to support these energy transformation agendas? And we've seen, as for money, well, it comes from trust. Yeah, money comes from trust. It doesn't come easily. So the first trust is talk about the programs. So the program has to be in line with the future planning or the global planning. So this is what we want to fight over. As for JETP, it started on, I think, around 2 years ago, where Indonesia, for the first time, declared that we want to, as in fresco, in global clean power. So we entered there just as a footnote, and from there, ladies and gentlemen, the path is open. Oh, Indonesia wants to reduce their coal power usage because Indonesia is the biggest export for coal power. So this come, and then also been JETP, where JETP also tried to keep improving the project, and now we're still discussing with the government. Maybe around, or maybe even in this week, we in New York, there's an ongoing discussion between Indonesia and IETD. So that's the first one. If you're talking about that we have been trusted as, and we still fight over it, about the Indonesia's availability in the international stage. And next one, now there's ICEF, a Zero Emission Community from Japan. So Japan, there's around $500 million, but the number will keep increasing. So maybe it will be around, well, it's still assumption here, but it's going to increase upwards. So ladies and gentlemen, what we hope here, if we could be consistent, and like we said by Pak Fabi on the opening, we hope that we're still discussing about this. So for now, well, right now it's in America, you have heard about it. We're still discussing, and then there's now on EU, and Japan. There's also have funds there as well, and now we're still discussing with China as well. So we are approaching these funding sources here. As for me, as an energy negotiator, and it needs to be on the same size. So we go from here, we go from there. Because we have the different nails and different sizes there. So I think that's all I could explain for now. Okay, thank you. So I want to Pak Bambang. Pak Bambang. So because now you have a lot of free time right now, but well, Pak Bambang, Anda adalah Kementerian untuk Pengembangan Nasional, but as a Minister of Bappenas, I remember that when IETD 2018, that were the first ministry that uses the transition energy is actually Bappenas and energy. So if I'm mistaken, I think in one of your speech on IFCC, to uses that terminology. And what's been done by Bappenas is to achieve SDG. So as someone who's responsible for achieving SDG, and Bappenas has also counted or at least formulate the funding needs for SDG, how do you balance for the energy transition agenda, not only in Indonesia but also global? They also want to prevent from increase in temperature, especially in 2030, because look at the peak emission for 2030, the SDG needs to be achieved at 2030. Yeah, thank you, Pak Fabi. So yes, my time at Bappenas, because we are an agency or the institution that talks about the development, we always think about the goal. We can't just have one goals. So we need to reach target for example, emission reduction, or maybe for more renewable energy. As an agency that deals with development, as for economy development and reduction of poverty and gaps, and public prosperity has always become our focus. So during my time at Bappenas, like Papa B has said, there's efforts in energy transition. But honestly, during my time at Bappenas, one thing that I always remember until now, because it's very crucial as a baseline on energy transition and to become net zero in 2060, is a study called Low Carbon Development Initiative. Why? Because it still emphasizes on development, because whatever it takes, at the end of the day, whatever mix of energy we're going to develop, it needs to support development with those indicators. So it's not just talking about economic growth, but also to make sure that this energy transition will create gaps or maybe even increase in poverty. So that's what's the emphasis here. And in the document of this low carbon initiative, renewable energy is definitely underlined there, but at the same time, we also talk about or discuss about that in a scenario where we do efforts in increase renewable energy, we could account that economic growth, for example, the simplest one, how much it will increase, and on one hand, and vice versa, when there's an effort on not to prioritizing in renewable energy, the economic growth will go stagnant. So that's why we need to focus on. Because in the context of today, when all countries talk about energy transition, I still, in your opinion, that low carbon development needs to be the guidelines, or it is the main reference. And so when we try to do energy transition itself, in my view, we will try the quick win. Yeah, that is explained by Pak Wahmi, and Pak Yudo has always been clear that there's already international support, and there's a lot of energy transition mechanism, and there's also early retirement of coal power plant. But well, we can't depend solely on that. We need to find the quick wins that we could do on our own in the domestic perspective, without depending on external supports. This is how I see it. And both of them has always been done, but the intensity is not fast enough or not intense enough. The first one, in the paneling that's done, is to reduce the diesel usage. I think this is a good steps because diesels right now in all of Indonesia has been spread in several places and still around 3 gigawatts. It's above 2 gigawatts. So 300 megawatts is quite a big number. So that's why the carbon is going to be big as well. And that's what we targeted. Obviously, we're going to turn all of this coal-powered plant, will replace them with renewable energy, and this renewable energy can be used, can use solar or maybe even wind. That's been recommended by JETP, but also created biomass, for example, or mini micro hydro. So we want to search for quick win and effort as much as and make sure that all those 3 gigawatts and convert them into renewable energy. So the energy mix will rise, but the carbon will reduce significantly. Second one, the PLN has also providing or mix the on the coal power plant where it's used for 100% become, well, maybe 90% first. With what? With using various biomass. Well, back then I become the speaker for bioenergy in Indonesia Arena, and I think the enthusiasm from biomass is pretty good. And one of the advantages of biomass is to involve the public directly because the input or the primary input of the energy it can be done by the public as additional income for the public. And from those two, I believe that we could show something that Indonesia, without external support, has their own ideas. As for JETP, because Indonesia still negotiate with JETP, maybe I could provide an input. Well, it's pretty good. Well, it's easiest one is to Pak Yudo. Well, first of all, regarding the financing or the funding, this is something that I've been delved in. If I see what we need to negotiate in the financing or the funding needs to be an effort so the equity financing portion is bigger than debt financing. Because, well, this is still financing, right? It could be two, right? You could equity or debt. So let's say there's a situation where there's a loan here, it's easily accessible because it's renewable energy, but at the end of the day, it become another discussion because it seems like Indonesia wants to renew the energy, but there's an increase in debt. But if we want to invite new investors in the energy financing, well, and by say when the political language is also good, but the financing language is also good. So to make sure that equity is better, so we need to grant, it needs to be increased as well. Because whatever it takes, when investors wants to go in, if there's profit or at least a guarantee for those investors, it's going to be an effort for the grant to make sure that the process will go smoothly. I think that's from the financing side. As a second one, what I want to give the JETP, from what I know, forgive me if I'm wrong, so it feels like it's only talk about solar or wind. Even though we also need to look over local wisdom. What's become our local advantage? What is it? It's biomass and hydro. So if it's possible in the negotiation, don't just talk about those two, because, well, in terms of wind, it's kind of hard to find in Indonesia. If so, you look at the wind potential in Indonesia, there's only like several spots. As for solar energy, well, there's still some hindrance because there's a lot of clouds and there's a lot of spot that is not wet. So we are automatically, our heat is a bit more damp because we're on the equator, right? So please need to talk about this more. And the third one, whatever it takes, we are entering an era where our electricity, we're going to become an electricity that will be majority-wise going to be a net zero emission. we know that renewable energy, this primary energy cannot be sent to one place to another. As for coal, what's the advantage for coal? Because, well, the coal can be mined on Kalimantan or Sumatra, while the electricity can be used in Java or Sulawesi using those coals. Well, you couldn't do that if you use solar power or wind power, because the primary energy is very localized. So the only thing that could be exported is the electricity or the power. So there needs to be for big investment scheme. So Indonesia in 2060 needs to start create a national grid. But the problem is that we are an archipelago. We're not India, we're not China, or even United States with a continental stuff. To create a national grid in an archipelago is going to be very expensive because there's a lot of submarine cables. So the funding for that is also pretty important, or as important as energy transition itself. So I think that's what we need to look over when we talk about energy transition. So don't get carried over to, oh, we have JETP, so it's going to be next project, but we need to look at the as a whole.
Going back to Mr. Yudo, this is related to the narration of G20, the triple renewable energy capacity, and our challenge from financing. When from the Ministry of MEMR, what steps are taken so that we can increase our renewable energy capacity? And we discussed about taking the investment. So first, we need to increase the scalable one. And up to now, we only use very little of our potentials. And when we discussed about energy, my team once told me there's one island in NTT where the capacity of your is 100 megawatt, but it's only used 5 megawatt. This is just an example. So we need to see. Yeah, we are archipelagic countries, and we're still doing things independently. And the second one, if we look at our need, is around $20 billion per year, based on the calculation. That's quite large. Then what we need to do is to do the efficiency energy. Our use of energy, we can actually be more efficient. The demand for a new power plant would be less. What I need to stress here, so far we're doing good. Last year, our emission target is 51 million tons, and we achieved 55 million tons. So this is in process, and we need to scale up the efficiency. And the third one, as mentioned by Mr. Bambang, whether we like it or not, we have to connect the inter-island transmission. So we need to use the super grid to connect between Java, Sumatra, and then the other 3 other islands up, Kalimantan, Java, Bali, and to the east up to NTT. And we need to check again whether we need to build or not, because the hydro potential is quite high. Second one, We need to see that is the distribution, not the huge cables. We need better energy. For example, we can have more rooftops, not only in Java, but in the mid to low scale islands. So Fabi, if we look at those things, if we can do it, we can generate our internal funds. But as we know, when we check to the central bank, how much fund we get from the third party, for example. So just one figure, for example. Pak Bambang, you're definitely correct. We need to try to explore biomass. And we also have other resources. And we know how the situation is in the future. So we can check that. There's one important issue that was seen by many people, and this is also a report from IMF, that the energy subsidy increased a lot, and it's a subsidy on fossil energy. And we also know that the subsidy, the change of subsidy, it's easier said than done. But I need to see your view first, Mr. Bambang, because there's what we can do in our country in order to support the energy transition. How should we address the elements which is politically very sensitive? You were once the Minister of Finance, you were with Bappenas, and you dealt with these issues. Okay, so the point is, for sure, the idea to subsidy fossil, especially gasoline, is far from correct. But this is the most appropriate instrument when Indonesia is still in the low-income country category in the year 70s. This is actually from the 70s, the subsidy of fuel. And then from one government to another, it's difficult to eliminate, because it's already becoming already a very populist policy. Once a government say that the gasoline, the fuel price increase, definitely people will be talking about it. So whoever is the president, or at the beginning, you were very strong in your decision, but if the public always criticize you, then of course then you will be decreasing. And in order to be re-elected, or someday you will be elected, then they, of course, this official will try to play safe. This is why the fuel subsidy is difficult to let go. Even though it's based on evaluation, it's no longer appropriated, because Indonesia is no longer a middle to low income country. Indonesia is an upper middle income country. And the issue that the fuels are not affordable or expensive is it shouldn't be another issue. People can purchase motorcycles, cars, meaning they can afford the capital expense. If they can afford the capex, why can't they afford the opex? So this is actually a public education that we need to drive. And actually, when we approach the financing for the renewable energy, the first step is to change the fuel subsidy to becoming a social support, a well-targeted support directly to a certain family, not to their cars or to their products. Next, we can say subsidy, but then we change. As he says, we do a subsidy. Now, it's time in the context of energy, in this transition, we can say up to now what we call a energy subsidy is a subsidy to encourage renewable energy. If we cannot use the word subsidy, then we can use the word incentive, because subsidy has the connotation for those who need. When you use incentive, it's open to anyone, and we need to drive that. And we have to be brave to say we make another new item for energy subsidy energy. How do we do this? It can be more extreme. For example, the PLN or Pertamina increased the portion of the energy renewable in the fuel or in the electricity. So they were given electricity, so they are eligible for electricity. But if we use the threshold, for example, the portion of the renewable, let's say we start from 20%, so it's eligible. But if there is more than that, they won't get the subsidy. So both from Pertamina will make efforts to add more renewable resources. And when we talk about the renewable energy, I once requested, when we discussed about the state budget of 2016, we always discuss it the year before in 2015. I gave an order at that time to the cabinet's meeting. I told him, can you please make the budget just 1 trillion, because fuel subsidy can be hundreds of trillion. So you just said the subsidy of the renewable energy. So it's a new item in the state budget. And when it was submitted, because this is the subsidy of the renewable energy, so it's not the finance, but for it's Mr. Yuda staff, which is the human resources. But maybe that's actually my bad. I did not disseminate the information. I did not approach the parliament. So then it was rejected. What I was worried at that time was the reason. The reason makes me realize that people does not think this is important, this renewable energy, because they say it's actually the business for the people who the haves. Why do we need to subsidize that? As you can see, the electricity business is very rich. Why should we subsidize? But when I say renewable energy subsidy, then they will say, oh, it's the business of the rich. Maybe my bad is in explanation. I should have been explained for the details first to the parliament. But that's my point. When we talk about subsidy for the renewable energy, we need to have political support, because the support to fossil fuel is still very strong. This is interesting. We need to change the terminology, incentive for renewable energy, right? Mr. Yudo, responding to this, the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, do you have any plans to follow up of this by giving incentive to the PLN Pertamina based on their energy mix that have been achieved and the communication with the parliament? Because I've heard the parliament rejected from the community around 10 trillion. So it was rejected. So is there an opportunity if we drive the minister regulation, especially for the acceleration of the renewable energy? What's being developed now, and hopefully this can be a program, is contradict for the upper marketing. Hopefully there will be a launching of the carbon market. So the energy pool will pay the 5 things. First, we can give a benefit, and this is one of the way for us to to be low cost financing. What we are making effort is this carbon trading. So for example, in energy efficiency, we are processing this, but the amount is large. And if it's in the storage, that's quite large with the findings on this. But in the slower scale, it's so many. We have the AI, which is currently being prepared to fulfill the standard. So if this is implemented, it will be the accounting standards in Indonesia. So at this time, we'll try to find an better environment. And another example is the effort to reduce this, for example, like the carbon trading. So, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Yudo. I think we have now come to the end of our event for now. Thank you, Mr. Yudo and Mr. Bambang, for the discussion. We will now listen further to these issues being discussed within the next 3 days of IETD. And I think this is a common challenge about the subsidy, investment, financing, and finally how we can accelerate the energy transition in Indonesia, especially in the electric power. Thank you. Please give a round of applause for our two speakers. I would also like to welcome Professor Purnomo Yugiantoro, who will give his keynote presentation. Thank you.
Boleh kita beri aplaus sekali lagi.
Please, a round of applause for the great speakers at the front who has talked about net zero emission of Indonesia power sector as a forefront of energy system decarbonization. So let us do the group photo session.
Foto bertiga aja dulu, Pak. Oke, kameranya standby. Oke, sekali lagi. Berikan senyum terbaiknya, Pak.
Give us your best smiles.
Terima kasih sekali lagi.
Okay, thank you once again for Bapak Sabi Tumiwa, Prof. Bambang, and also Pak Yudo. Oh, Pak Purnomo has attended here. So, I'm sorry, can you please return to the stage? Yeah, Bapak Professor Purnomo, please can you go out the stage so we can take a photo together? So we also want to invite all the ICEF members. Pak Joko Suswanto, please, you could also join us.
Oke. Lihat kamera ya, Pak. 1, 2.
1, 2.
Ya, senyum, Pak.
Yeah, smile. Give us your best smile. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you once again for the moderators and the panelists, and also all the ISF members, ICEF members. Please return to your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, Next, we're going to listen in to the keynote presentation that will be delivered by Professor Purnomo Yuskianto as the Board of Advisor of the Purnomo Yuskianto Center. Professor Purnomo, the stage is yours.
A very good morning to all of you.
Ya, pagi yang sangat baik untuk kita semua.
Let me begin by Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Swastiastu. Mr. Febi Tumia, Professor Bambang Brojonegoro, distinguished audience here this morning. Thank you for inviting me to speak in front of you. The committee asking me to speak regarding the navigating the energy transition to addressing the energy trilemma. What I will do first is, next. What I'll do is first, I'll give you the picture of the global situations. Why that? Then we start with addressing the energy transition. The second one, I would like to share with you concerning the trilemma energy. That's the topic that requested to me. But then I will use, the energy security concept, quote unquote, that has been introduced in this country. They call it ketahanan energi nasional. We can call it the national energy resilience. So I like first to compare, then we can have a common understanding. What is really the trilemma energy and how is that similar to what in our concept, call it as a energy resilient concept. Then next, I will develop what the topic asking me to do is regarding navigating the energy transition in Indonesia. I will use also the concept of trilemma energy, and I'll also use the concept of what is the energy resilient, because I want to stress in this conference that those two concepts are actually the same, similar. And then next is, I share with you, I'll do my presentation regarding the the national determines contribution of Indonesia. I'll also update in the enhance, because Indonesia now is updating the NDC from the previous one. Now there is the new one, they call it the ENDC, the enhancement of the national determines contribution. And then I'll open what I'm thinking about the challenge that we have in order to face the topics, the navigating the energy transition through addressing the energy trilemma. Let me start it now with the first slide and the global situation. All what we have today to discuss. Next slide, please. All what we discuss today is actually started in 1987 when the Prime Minister of Norway, Gro Brundtland, set a book called Our Common Future. The book actually said that developing today should not jeopardize the future development. I think that's the key that then started to have the MDG, Millennium Development Goal, with the 8 targets, and then move on in year 2015 with the SDG, with the Sustainable Development Goal. But in between, there have been so many global conference, discussion, treaty, protocols, starting from Rio de Janeiro in 1992. I remember that I was active in that kind of conference in Rio de Janeiro. And then in 1997, the Kyoto Protocol, this update of the Rio de Janeiro, and then Bali Roadmap, but then was finished in the year 2009 when in Copenhagen Accord. There is also the concept of 1.5 degrees Celsius of the temperature, the global temperature, and maximum cannot be exceed 2 degrees Celsius. And then Paris Agreement, where the concept of all the world, 196 countries approximately that agree on the treaty, on the 13th target, and target number 13 is the climate action. Then that bring to our discussion later on. And then Katowice climate package is also related to the financing, or the financing of new and renewable energy, and then keep going with the COP conference. Let me review in the next slide here. The energy security, what is really in the energy equity and what is actually in the environmental sustainable. If we look at here, the energy equity is still, not as high as the others too. That's the energy security and energy environmental and sustainability. We can understand because I also listening before this presentation that is also mentioned regarding the price subsidy. So the subsidy can be in the form of the price subsidy or in the form of the direct subsidy. And this one is, we can see the trend is lower than the energy equity and the energy environment. But if we look at here, the worst case happen in the low carbon electricity generation is still low. As you probably knows that 60% of our power plant is driven by the coal power plant. And the coal itself, the consumption of the coal in this country is about 60%. So we can understand that, in the low carbon electricity generation is still, the percentage achievement is still low. Yeah. Also in the energy storage, and the strategic petroleum reserve, and also in the diversity of the electricity generation, though still dominated by coal. Next, I would like to present to you, that's what we call it the energy resilient. And the energy resilient here, in Indonesian language, we call it the ketahanan energi. It's driven from what we call it the ketahanan nasional. So the ketahanan energi or the energy resilient concept is not the energy security that sucks, because the energy resilient concept consisting of A4 is one is the energy availability, energy accessibility, energy affordability, and environmentally friendly. Yeah. But the question is to us, is it different between trilima energy and the energy resilient concept? I would say no. It's still the similar things. I wrote down in my paper here that the trilima energy is actually equal to the energy resilient. Just the way that we express is different. Trilima energy is mostly is for the global language, but for the energy resilient mainly is Indonesia. We also teach that in the university, the term of the energy resilient, ketahanan energi, But we can see that energy security is actually A1. So if we are talking the energy security in the trilima energy, actually is A1, the energy availability. If we're talking the energy equity, actually we are talking the A2 and A3. We're talking about the energy accessibility and energy affordability. I heard here before, during the panel session, why energy accessibility is very important to be just in one item, because Indonesia is negara kepulauan. Indonesia is the archipelagic countries. It's so complicated in this country to connect from the supply point to the demand point. That's why energy accessibility in the ketahanan energi, in ketahanan nasional concept, we put it in the just one item itself. And then environmentally sustainability, A4 plus S is also similar to the trilima energy. So actually, if we talk about the trilima energy, actually we talk the ketahanan energi. We talk about the energy resilience. It's nothing different with it. I like to review here because I see here the Dr. Joko Siswanto also present here. He is the head of the National Energy Council. I pick up, the assessment in year 2021, saying that that the index of the energy resilient in Indonesia is 6.57, based on the scale that I think then, National Energy Council, in Indonesia we call it DEN, Dewan Energi Nasional, they put in the 5 different score, and when they calculated 6.57 is in the ketahanan, resilient. But if we plot it, from time to time using the time series, that I think we can see also the point of 6.57 among the time series of the energy resilient index. Now we look at for the readiness for Indonesia energy transition. Next. Yeah. We have a 5 transition readiness, the one that I put in the red circle, that's the transition readiness that important to pay attention, But out of that, the 2 important thing is here is the energy system structure. I think we talked also in the panel discussion before, is actually the efficiency, konservasi energi efisiensi in this country. It used to be as high as close to 2 point, but now I think it's getting down to 1.1, 1.2. I think the exact number we can ask Dr. Joko Siswanto later on, what is today's the energy efficiency in this country. And then the human capital, human capital is so important, Let me give you the examples, When we set up the RUEN, the National Energy Planning, Rencana Umum Energi Nasional, National Energy Planning, the general planning, for 38 provinces in these countries, I think the progress is not that significant as today. Why? Because not much the human capital presence in each province in this country. So that's why they have a little bit difficulties because of little bit expertise, in each province. Jadi di kebanyakan provinsi itu di kepala dinas pertambangan energinya itu tidak banyak ahli-ahli energi yang melakukan apa yang disebut dengan RUET. If you have the national energy concept, then you have the province energy concept. That's what we need. The energy expert in this case, and not many of them they have the human resource that expert in the energy sector. That's why here from the assessment, we look at the human capital and the consumer participation is also need to be improved in the future. Let me now start to really give you the answer of what is navigating the energy transition in Indonesia. That is the answer to the topic that asked to me. This is my concept. This is my concept, and I put it down in my book, The Energy Economic and Politik Energi dan Ekonomi Energi. The first one is the energy security. The energy security in this topic is actually similar in the energy resilient, availability. The main issue is whatever the energy you supply, you got to meet the demand sector. And what is the demand sector here? In this country, we formulated demand sectors in the household, in the industry, in the transportation, and in the electricity. That can come, the supply from the domestic reserve or from import. But the thing is, we have to understand that we don't have yet what we call it a strategic petroleum reserve. The reserve that we have, to prevent for the future need, future demand of the energy. and also the buffer stock, the energy. It was thought before, the energy storage will be placed in the Lombok area because that is the location of the sea lane of communication. So we can bring the oil and gas, oil mainly from Middle East, and through the Indian Ocean, and then we put in the storage in the Lombok, and then we can, if it's necessary, we can then bring to the consumer in Japan, in Taiwan, and also use for the domestic consumption. But then it was not approved further because of the earthquakes area in that area. So now we are still thinking what is really the best place to do. Some thought is in the North Sumatra, in the one that we had before LNG Arun. The place for LNG Arun now is almost empty, and then we think that probably be able to be used for the buffer stock, That related, the risk management is for the deficit of trade balance if the import is increasing. Now the consumption of oil is 1.8 million barrel per day, and our production is only 600. So we really depend on the oil still today, although that the transition is moving also forward. The second one is on the A2, energy equity, accessibility. If in the 3-5 energy, the energy equity is put in the 1. If in the 3-5 energy, we put the energy equities in the 1 box. But in here, in the energy resilient, di ketahanan energi, we break it down into 2. One is the accessibility. Why accessibility is important? As I said before to you, the accessibility is important because we are the archipelagic country. Our country is consisting of 17,000 pulau, 17,000 islands. So it's very difficult. It was a plan before, to make what we call it the gas grid. But even still today, the gas grid is not yet finished, The one is finished is from the central Sumatra to Java and to west of Java. But still now we are developing in the central of Java and also from Kalimantan to here. But then it was not able to finish, then we switched. The LNG we brought from Kalimantan, we bring from Kalimantan, and then we put in the floating storage risk gasification unit in front of Cikampek. So accessibility is very complex. Like the panelists also said before, and then also for the electricity, it's not easy to bring the grid, The grid that we finished today is the grid in Java, 550 kV, 150 kV in Sumatra, and now we try to develop in Sulawesi and also in Kalimantan, but still we are not able to complete it all. But what we are thinking is how then if we develop the renewable energy develop the renewable energy and use it for the in situ electricity. In situ electricity is di tempat itu, because then we don't need the electricity transmission and distribution. And then the energy equity under the 3-5 energy, but we use our version is affordability. The affordability, I like to, to share with you the subsidy. We have to be careful when we talk about subsidy because usually we talk the subsidy, we talk about the direct subsidy and the price subsidy. The way we did now is using the price subsidy for the fossil fuel, especially for the gasoline now is Pertalite 91, probably 92 is still under discussion, and then the solar, and then the kerosene, and also LPG, 3 kilos, Back in year 2000, it was 7 petroleum product under the price subsidy. It's very heavy. Why we did that? Because that's from the past history, that because we have the big oil production, we have a high oil production. Our production in oil before is 1.9 million barrel oil per day. And that make a lot of money to contribute to our devisa, to our government budget. With that, then it was thought in the past government, because we have a huge income from oil, then we subsidize using the price subsidy to our country, to the domestic, so then they can help. They can help to also speed up the economic development. But then this dragging on, that has been dragging on until year 2000, 2010, and sometimes it's very difficult. Back in year 2000, I remember I did it, increase or shifted the price subsidy to the direct subsidy 13 times. But Professor Bambang Brojo was right. The key of the game is the political, political aspect. It's not that easy. Political aspect is not that easy when you try to move from the price subsidy to the direct subsidy. We did before in the form of BTL, bantuan tunai langsung, BLT. I'm sorry, bantuan langsung tunai, but no, it's not that significant. So the price subsidy is still the constraint for us. We try to save the transition energy from fossil fuel to the non-fossil fuel. A couple years ago, I think our price subsidy is close to the 500 trillion. That's a lot of money, compared to our budget. So the key of the game in this energy equity, we call it in the energy rationalness affordability, is the purchasing power. But some ideas said that, hey, in other countries also, we have what we call it the direct subsidy. And that happened. So this thing, I think, is need to be placed in our program. The last one is in the environmental sustainability. If we look at this one, it's, I think, similar to in the three lemmas concept. Acceptability is the environmental sustainability, because it related to the alternative energy that we use. It's related to the environmental impact. It also related to the social political impact. It's very important. I put down here the people awareness. In the past, we have the Maslow hierarchies. We think that the Maslow hierarchy only consists of sandang, pangan, papan. But today, energy is included. So energy is one of the important commodity to be taught here for the environmentally sustainability. I remember back in the early year 2000, when we tried to bring nuclear power plant in Jepara, at the time people rejected, for some reason. That's why since then they have what we call it the NIMBY. Okay, I agree with the nuclear, but not in my backyard, NIMBY. So this one included in the term of acceptability, Next, I like to show you the enhanced NDC of Indonesia. This one I pick up from the Ministry of Mines and Energy, consisting of the renewable energy development, consisting of retirement of coal power plant, carbon capture storage, of course, is also important. Fuel diversification, now PLN is doing co-firing. What I like to introduce is, because we have a huge coal reserve, and then it was a thought before that we can convert coal, for the coal gasification and coal liquefaction. But then it come to the economic issue at the time, then right now it's not that easy to be developed. And then the clean energy, In the enhanced NDCs, next, in the enhanced NDC, and then national determines contribution, there are 5 steps to navigate energy transition. One is energy efficiency, like I said before, is also in the energy equity before, and then the renewable energy to be developed, and then the clean energy for the power plant. I think the role of carbon capture and utilization storage is important in this thing. And then low carbon fuel, and then the post-mining reclamation is also very important, because we have many coal mining in this country. This is the impact of energy transition. There is the positive impact, there is also the negative impact. And the positive side I can recall here is the green job, because then national development also estimated, 15.4 million workers. I think that was Professor Bambang before, the chairman of Bappenas, did this, and then they make a forecast until year 2030, and then economic diversification, for the coal producing region will also be developed the renewable energy. I think, yes, indeed, today, some of the coal producer also not try to convert to develop also the business in the new and renewable energy. And then sustainable development, and the economic growth, that will be environmentally sustainable development. And the negative impact, there is also the fossil industry. The energy transition will jeopardize energy security and the national economy. But I think we still have a transition, because our target is up to 2050 and 2060 until net zero emission. So we still have a plenty of time to convert it, step by step, from the fossil fuel to non-fossil fuel. The mass unemployment, more than 100,000 workers in the fossil energy industry will lose their job. But I believe there'll be some open also the employment sector, that open for this unemployment that used to be working for the fossil fuel area, move to the non-fossil fuel area. Okay, next, the last one that I like to show you the challenge. That's what I thought. What is the challenge? The geopolitical challenge. I put down geopolitical science. The geopolitical aspects. Yeah, we can see, the example of Ukraine and Russia that also impact us, in the sense of the price of energy, the global energy market, the interconnection. From supply point to demand, point, sometimes is disturbing, because of the war, because of the embargo, things like that, that will also disturb the global market. And then policy and regulatory barriers, some of the policy and regulatory barrier, I think, should encourage, development of new energy. And then fossil fuel dependence. I think the key of this is the price subsidy is important to be removed, shifted to what we call it the direct subsidy. In the economic cost, it always, even technologically, is viable, but sometimes is economically is not viable. The economic cost. And then, like I said before, direct subsidy and indirect subsidy, co-liquefaction in gasification. The coal reserve in Indonesia, I know, is valid until 70 years. But if we convert the resources to become proof reserve, it can come until 200 years. What can we do with this coal? So So the best thing to do is to liquefy, to gasify the coal, and then with those kind of operation, we can reduce the CO2 emission somehow. But then we can provide the new energy, from the coal liquefaction and coal gasification. But again, the economic is the issue, because the net back coal price, if we use the coal for coal liquefaction, is only value at about 20, 25 US dollar per ton. In which the coal price now is 145, 150. Even during the war, during the Ukraine and Russia war, can be up to $400 per barrel. So the economic is the main issue here. The bridging fuel gas, I think gas is very important to be the bridging between fossil fuel and non-fossil fuel. Yes, we know that the gas is still producing CO2, but less compared to the coal and oil, but we need the bridging fuel. Lastly, is about the technology. I mentioned here about the intermittency and reliability. Energy storage, I mentioned before that our government is thinking now for the energy storage, but still, is under the process. And then the grid modernization and smart grid is also important. They mentioned before in the panel discussion. And then the technological innovation. I think that's all that I like to share in this conference, and thanks for your attention.
Baik Bapak dan Ibu sekalian, beri
All right,
tepuk tangan.
ladies and gentlemen, please another round of applause for Professor Purnomo Yusgiantoro. Thank you, Bapak Professor Purnomo Yusgiantoro, for the presentation titled Navigating an Energy Transition to Addressing
Baik Bapak dan Ibu sekalian,
Ladies and gentlemen, next we'll go into a coffee break session,
5 menit dari sekarang.
5 minutes from now, and ladies and gentlemen is allowed to enjoy the food and beverage
Pagi jam 11.
provided in front of ballroom. So we're going to meet again in 11:20.
Bapak Ibu bisa menikmati coffee break yang tersedia di foyer ballroom dan juga bisa membawa.
And you could also bring the food and beverages to the room because after this we're going to continue with the high-level dialogue session.
Ada bisa. Bapak Ibu.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to invite you again to enter the room because the next session will be started. Thank you.
Bapak Ibu yang terhormat, sekali lagi saya
Ladies and
kembali
gentlemen, once again, I want to remind you to enter the ballroom because soon we will continue with the next section. Thank you.
Bapak Ibu sekalian.
Ladies and gentlemen, next we will enter into high-level dialogue session that will discuss about synergizing the long-term strategy, identifying the key strategies for the power sector decarbonization. In this session, will be attended by Bapak Sung Kim, Duta Besar IES Ambassador to Indonesia. We will be represented by Jonathan Habdan, Economic Counselor U.S. Embassy to Indonesia. Next, there will be Dr. Dadan Kusdiana, Secretary General of Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, Republic of Indonesia. And then Dr. Febrio Nathan Kacaribu, Head of Fiscal Policy Agency, Ministry of Finance, Republic of Indonesia. This session will be moderated by Ibu Sri Penny Inten Cahyani, expert staff for the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, and also a member of ICEF. For the moderator and the panelists, please join us on the stage. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Peace be upon you all. Best regards to all of us. Allow us to use bahasa Indonesia, or maybe a mixture of English and Indonesian.
So today we would like to have a high-level panel discussion. So right now we invite three persons. First is Mr. Jonathan Habjan, Economic Counselor, United States Embassy of Republic of Indonesia. Mr. Jonathan, nice to meet you. Yang kedua, Bapak Dadan Kusdiana, Secretary General of Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources. Pak Dadan, selamat siang Bapak. Yang ketiga adalah Bapak Dr. Febrio Nathan Kacaribu, Head of Fiscal Policy Agency, Minister of Finance. Selamat siang Bapak. Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, hari ini sedianya
Today, Bapak Rada Kamyudi, Deputi Bidang Koordinasi
Ministry of Maritime and Investment, hadir pada hari ini, namun
he's supposed to be attending here, but because he has an immediate event and there's no representation, so now we only have 3 panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, kami
maximum 60 minutes because we are in a run out of time, but we will optimize for the time today. So we are right now would like to discuss the synergization of long-term strategy with the implementation short-term action. So this synergize between long-term and short-term action regarding how Indonesia can achieve Net Zero Emission Program 2060. So I would like to invite all of the panelists will give an opening remark regarding how this synergize can be delivered in the long term in the identify of the case strategies on the power sector decarbonization and energy transition with the short-term implementation. That right now we understand that Net Zero Emission 2060, we have a commitment for $20 billion for the international investment. But right now, we would like to know how is the progress, what is the commitment, is it will become in the short term, or what else? So this is the issue that we would like to discuss today in the high-level panel discussion. So I would like to ask for the first panelist, Mr. Jonathan, could you please give an opening remark regarding with this, please?
Thank you, Bu. Selamat siang, Bapak Ibu.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm invited to talk in this discussion today. Sadly, I only able to speak I could only speak Indonesian a little bit, so I will continue with English. Jadi terima kasih
for having me here today. I think this is a very important topic to be discussed. Greatly appreciate the opportunity to present some of the perspectives, not only from the United States, the government of which I work for, but also on behalf of the International Partners Group, which has this agreement with the government of Indonesia to facilitate and to accelerate the energy transition that is underway here in Indonesia. I would first like to note, I think from our perspective, Indonesia should be commended for taking leadership globally in the energy transition that is taking place in all of our countries. And it was really quite an ambitious and brave agreement on the part of Indonesia to start this process and to undertake this with us. Indonesia's existing plans, as I'm sure you've heard already today, are already quite ambitious. Indonesia already has existing plans to transition away from fossil fuel in the power sector and into renewables. And so the purpose of the JETP, or the Just Energy Transition Partnership, is to try to find ways and see if we can, with some international assistance, help Indonesia and accelerate those goals moving forward. So JETP really puts Indonesia in the forefront of the global transition to a clear and affordable energy. And we're here to help see how we can achieve this, how to achieve the most ambitious emissions cuts possible. So that's where we are. And for those who don't know, in general, the JETP, there's a joint statement that lays out some of the goals of the JETP as well as part of the process. And where we are right now in the process is a discussion of the comprehensive investment plan for how this pathway to these ambitious cuts can best be achieved. So we're currently, we've seen a second draft of this comprehensive investment plan that's come out of a secretariat that is comprised of members of the Indonesian government, as well as members of the international community, multi-development banks, and so forth. So we're currently in discussions with the government of Indonesia right now over the contents of this plan and what it looks like for us going forward. I think there's been some discussion of, in the press about the plan. I think we have discovered through this process a tremendous amount of learning that's come through this and how difficult and complicated the process is going to be. But what's been impressive to me and to us, I think, is the seriousness with which the Indonesian government has taken this process, the additional capacity that different ministries have taken on to be a part of this, and the careful thought that's been given to many of the issues that have come before them. This is not an easy process. I mean, we're talking about a multi-decade transition in a sector that is essential for pretty much everyone's life here in Indonesia. And so we have to get it right. And we have to do it in the most efficient way possible, right? It's going to be costly. It's going to take a lot of effort. It's going to change the way business is done in a lot of ways here. And so, you know, we're taking our cues from the government of Indonesia and trying to find the way to do this in the most efficacious way possible, while at the same time keeping the ambition of really accelerating and making this transition happen there. So the JETP does have, you know, it calls for $20 billion in financing from the international community for the first 3 to 5 years, right? So the goal here is really to catalyze the process here in Indonesia, to really kickstart it. And I think that so far to date, you know, we've been quite successful in that. We've really, on a technical level, really dug down into, with the government of Indonesia, where are the challenges, where are the problems, where are the issues that are going to need to be resolved over the coming years in order for Indonesia to make this transition. And I'm happy to dive into a few of those from our perspective, and I'm sure others here as well speak to them as well. But I think for us, the top line is that Indonesia has been a fantastic partner so far. The ambition throughout the government here, from top-level political leaders through the different ministries, the working level people in the ministries, has been phenomenal, as well as in the private sector. You know, there's a tremendous interest in seeing Indonesia succeed at this, both within Indonesia itself and I think within the international community. And I think that, you know, that doesn't mean that the challenges aren't real that we have to overcome. So there's very real practical challenges there. There are going to be compromises that are going to have to be made to make this happen. But, you know, I think we're quite optimistic for the future of this energy transition. And, you know, it's going to be a model, I believe, for other countries around the world to follow if we are successful. We'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jonathan. So next, I would like to ask Bapak Febrio Kacaribu first, because I would like to know how what is the fiscal policy on the financial policy of government of Republic Indonesia doing for the synergize the long-term strategy and in the implementation in the short term as the periodization. Thank you.
Thank you, Bu Lani. Ini opening ya?
Opening. Yeah, for the opening remark.
Okay, thank you so much. So this
terima
is
kasih.
synergizing long-term strategy, power sector decarbonization. Thank you very much, Pak Dadan. Pak Dadan is always my best friend in talking about and discussing and how to find solutions for our power sector decarbonization. Indonesia clearly has shown leadership on not only on power sector decarbonization effort. We have seen how Indonesia shown leadership on this since the very beginning. We talk about the climate change agenda. We talk about nationally determined contribution, Paris Agreement, and also without a doubt, Indonesia also joining some countries who are committing ourselves in terms of achieving our net zero target. Indonesia, although not formally, but we have talked about and discussed in many fora, and Indonesia is committing to net zero emission by 2060 or earlier. Now, if you look at the situation currently and our target for medium term, which is 2030, that is giving us some kind of notion as to how we would achieve our national determined contribution and also our net zero target. So if someone can show the slide, we are committing in terms of 2030. Clearly, most of our target of our emission reduction is coming from the FOLU sector. So this is about 500 million ton carbon emission reduced by 2030. And the next sector, the next biggest sector that we're committing is the energy and transportation. It is about 398 million ton by 2030. So if somebody can show the slide, please. Now, what I'm trying to say, we have 500 million ton to be achieved by 2030 in the forest sector, and we have 390 something million ton to be achieved from energy and transportation sector. Can you go to the slide, please? Next slide. Next. Yeah. So 500 FOLU, 358 million ton energy and transportation sector. This is our commitment in Paris Agreement. Now, before I go into the next point, the first point I want to make is that the abatement cost of 1 million ton from forest is not the same as abatement cost of 1 million ton from energy and transportation sector. Clearly, they are very different. We might say relatively 1 million ton reduced from the FOLU is much cheaper than when we try to achieve the same thing, 1 million ton carbon reduction from energy and transportation sector. Now, we have abundance of forest. In fact, the track that we've been seeing from the Ministry of Environment showing that we should be able to achieve net zero or net sink or surplus of our carbon for the FOLU sector by 2030. That means that Indonesia is doing our homework and we do it every single year. So we will achieve beyond what we have committed, 500 million ton carbon emission reduction in the forest sector. So that is a hard work and proven, and we are on a very good track to achieve that. Now, on the other hand, for energy and transportation, we see that the biggest sector that is going to be very relevant to this sector is the power sector, especially electricity sector. In our electricity sector, we know that our power generation is now still dominated by coal or fossil fuel in general. Our coal is still beyond 60% of our energy mix for electricity generation. Now, again, I go back to my previous point. To abate, to reduce 1 million ton from energy sector is much more expensive than to reduce 1 million ton from FOLU. Now, this is now talking about what do we have as resources, what other countries have as resources, but we're talking about the same CO2 emission. We're not talking about different CO2 emission. We're talking about the same CO2 emission. Later, we will find out that the idea of carbon pricing is going to be very important. So I'm just going to throw some ideas out there. This is going to be a good discussion, not only today, but for many, many months, many, many years to come. So carbon pricing is very important. Indonesia, whenever we go to international fora, we always say, any transition by developing economies like Indonesia has to be just and affordable. Now, if I go back to the emission data, previous slides, please. Previous slide. Another previous slide, please. Previous slide. Okay. So this is the forecast for emission by 2023. This is by total emission. Next slide, please. But by per capita emission, Indonesia is now at around 4 ton per capita per year. Where is US? US is about 18 ton per capita per year. Where is China? It's about 20 ton per capita per year. So when we talk about just transition, we talk about carbon budget. Per capita, developing economies, we have the right for economic growth. So this is how economic growth correlated with our emission per capita. So when we need to grow 5%, 6% per year, increasing Indonesian people welfare to go to high income country, we will need to emit more. The question is by how much? Developed economies already achieve that high income level. They already emitted as much carbon before. So when we talk about just and affordable, this has to be part of the equation. So that's why when we talk to a lot of countries, again, we're not saying that we don't want to negotiate. This is actually part of the negotiation. We are collaborating because now we know, we understand, and we commit that this is a global public good. Indonesia committed to global public goods. We know that climate change risk is not going to affect only several countries, not only affect Indonesia, affect the whole world. So we are committed to take part, a big part of these global public goods. Then we collaborate. When we collaborate, we say it has to be just and affordable. Now, when we talk about just and affordable, we're going to be talking about pricing. We're going to be talking about financing. How do we do our transition based on certain roadmap? Who's going to finance those? I'm going to talk about later over the next segment, how we can collaborate in terms of financing, both from financing of the projects and also in terms of the carbon pricing to make it much more just and affordable for the developing economies to work together with the developed economies as well. So that will be my opening. Thank you.
Thank you, Bapak Dr. Febrio Kacaribu. So next, I would like to ask Bapak Dadan Gusdiana regarding with the opening remark, how synergize the long-term strategy in the implementation in short-term action, particularly for the energy transition due to the Indonesia Net Zero 2060. Please, Bapak.
Terima kasih Ibu Inten. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang. Thank you also for having me here. Thank you to the chairman of ICEF, Prof. Bambang, also to Pak Fabi. Thank you also to Pak Febrio for the statement in beginning. This is the challenge actually from the energy sector. Pak Febrio mentioned that if we do the emission reduction, you see the data that's shown by Pak Febrio that energy sector is much more expensive compared with the other activities. This is the one that I think we have to discuss much more detail in this part, because from the energy sector, it offers two things. The first is offering the challenge of cost in terms of the cost of abatement, in terms of the ton of CO2 reduction. But on the other hand, we are offering also the economic activities. We are offering also to make Indonesia much more green in terms of the economy. We are offering that we are currently, say, for example, developing the downstreaming industry of the mineral. When we do this with the fossil, then we will have a problem later on in the future. We cannot export those results. Yes, we can export those products, but then we will have the carbon border tax, say, for example, for some countries in Europe. So those are actually has to be go together on how that financing also can support in this part, and on the other hand, how then also the resource that we have together of the mineral as well as also the energy. But this meeting is just, I think, very timely. We are just 2 months ahead before COP26, and what we are discussing within the government, that Indonesia also will offering the new, not really new commitment, but going into much more detail into the program, into the activities. I think this afternoon the President also will be in a very interesting event this afternoon, how to combine also the energy and the other sectors. So those that has been mentioned by Pak Fabio, I think, and also with the moderator, all are is going on. So the other part that I would like to mention that this is discussing on the power. I believe, and many of us believe, that the energy transition will be dealing with the electrification. So far, of course, if we are talking of industry, we have another challenge because statistically show that industry is only used currently 28% of the electricity. So we have to deal on the other 72%, which is those are not in the form of electricity, but others, household, commercial, as well as also the transportation. I think that will be going on into that part, and Indonesia is on the way to go from the industry, from the manufacturing, and also for the implementation. So thank you, Prof. Bambang, for taking this kind of the team for the discussion. Yeah. We have, of course, the Net Zero Emission 2060. We have very short term. It used to be long. In 2014, the government decided to have the commitment of having 23% of the renewable energy in 2025. And this is the 3 years to go from now. We are currently 30% in terms of the implementation. So still 10% to go for achieving such kind of the target. For the medium term, I think the NDC is our medium term target, having a reduction of 358 million tons of CO2. So far, the realization is, I think it's almost a 1/3. Last year, we could achieve from the energy sector the reduction of 112 million metric tons coming from renewable and also from the use of the implementation of the energy efficiency. Those part are actually the major aspect that we are working on how to reduce the emission. So I think that part in terms of the long, medium, and short-term strategy, I will be coming later on, probably in the next segment for how then the government, in particular the Ministry of Energy, is putting more priority on the activities on the program, both together on development of the clean energy as well as also the reduction of the emission. We have so far, for example, the CCS, CCUS. This is the potential that we have. Not many countries having such kind of potential for CCS, and we will be starting the activity, I think, next year with the first project for the CCS, started from the oil and gas sector, and it works. But I think that's not enough for us. Just to reduce the emission nationally, we can work on that part. But having more green activities in terms of producing the green energy and also manufacturing with much more efficient way in terms of the process that are also offering another economic potential for us. So I will be stopping here first.
Terima kasih Pak Dadan. Thank you Pak Dadan. So I would like to deep dive to the question. So Mr. Jonathan, regarding with Pak Febrio Kacaribo mentioned and emphasized just an affordable, energy transition. So what is in the US perspective particularly, and what is the role of the US? Can elaborate more with this just and affordable. For example, like Pak Dadan mentioned, CCS and CCUS, how can this technology, this new technology can achieve the economic of scale so the just and affordable energy transition can be achieved?
Thank you very much for the question. I think there's a couple things we can look at when we think about how to make the transition just and affordable. And I think that they are, they're related in some ways, but in other ways they're a bit different. I mean, I think on the affordable side, we really need to look at how this all gets paid for, right? So you have in Indonesia, PLN, for example, public utility, providing subsidized energy to Indonesians right now. So we want to make sure that going forward, we're not impacting the most vulnerable parts of Indonesian society during this transition. So I think a lot of the attention that we're paying to in the Just Energy Transition Partnership, for example, is how do we do this in a way that doesn't increase the costs for individual consumers, right? So I think and I think everybody understands that, right? Indonesia is still a developing country, still has a lot of people who are quite vulnerable, and has actually done a very good job in providing energy security to date to the majority of the population. I think the energy penetration is something over 99%, if I'm right about that, which is an achievement that needs to be commended. So we need to do this in a way that takes into account all of these people. So that's one part of it. And so looking at how does the introduction of renewables, whether it's sort of baseline renewables or is it variable renewables or this kind of thing, how does it keep the cost at a reasonable level for Indonesia? And I know the government of Indonesia, we saw in the earlier presentation as well, is looking at how do you structure, for example, maybe subsidies in a way that allows for renewables to be built out without distorting the markets in a terrible way, in a bad way. And so I think that needs to continue. I think also cooperation from the U.S. perspective, how we can help with some of this is cooperation on potential technologies going forward that can help provide for energy to come into Indonesia. So we're looking at, for example, small modular reactors, nuclear reactors that can provide power, particularly to locations that are more remote, right? That currently rely on off-grid coal generation or even things like diesel generators and that type of thing. So looking at how to support financing in particular, but also technologies in some of these areas. And then finally, I would just like to say there are discussions that need to be had around the people who are affected by the transition. So I think from the earlier presentation, we saw that the renewable transition has the potential to generate a tremendous number of jobs, potentially even more than are currently in the fossil sector right now. But there would still be people and communities that are currently involved in the fossil fuel industry and power generation from coal or coal mining or this type of thing that will be impacted by this. And so, one thing we can do to help is to work with the government here and local communities. And how do we address that transition? How do we address the need of those workers eventually to find new jobs, to continue to have livelihoods that will allow them to provide for their families and to allow Indonesia to continue to develop?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jonathan. So regarding with your statement with the potential technology entering in the Indonesia, and then with Pak Febrio Kacaribu mentioned collaboration. So what is collaboration that will be doing by the government of Indonesia to related with this, Pak Febrio, please?
Thank you, Bu Penny. So we could go to my slide from slide 5 again. So I mentioned about the sectors that we have committed, forestry, energy, and transportation, and some other sectors. Our commitment will continue to evolve to the direction of increasing our commitment. So that is for sure the direction of our ambition. Please show slide number 5. But I mentioned before that the abatement cost, the cost of doing this transition is not the same across sector. In fact, this is just the latest data that we had from the third biennial update report several years ago, but we can continue estimating this further. Could somebody show the slide, please, slide number 6? Yes. So total estimated 281 billion US dollars is the cost for us. Well, cost means a lot of investment involved. But of course, this is every single year we will need to invest anyway. So there is some opportunity cost involved here. But what we're talking about here is the spending that we will need to involve, and maybe in lieu of other kind of investment that is not consistent with this target of NDC. Could you please keep showing the slide? And then what we do from the government, next slide, we're looking at least from the government side, we're looking at it from the state finance perspective. Somebody please show the slide. We look at the state revenue. Next slide first, please. Next, yes, next, yes. So next slide. So we have state revenue approach. We're looking at how we alter our taxation. We have a lot of incentives that we have designed for the state revenue side. We're also designing what to do from the expenditure side. We're also designing or have done some of budget financing side. Go to the next slide. On the financing side, Indonesia is one of the pioneers of issuing green sukuk or green bonds. We have done this for many, many years, since 2018. And Indonesia has been one of the big players, especially from developing economies, when we channel the green finance through our green bonds, in this case, green sukuk. So we have retail domestic green sukuk, about 21.8 trillion rupiah, but up to date, our global green sukuk already reached 5 billion US dollars. So we are not new to this. We have done this and we have collaborated, not only country to country, but global. This is global market. So everybody is welcome to buy our global green sukuk. That means that everybody from any part of the world can contribute, can take part in emission reduction in Indonesia through financing our green projects. So we have done this. So far we have issued 5 billion US dollars, and you see the several sectors that we have used those money for. And next slide. We also done blended finance. Again, we're not new to this. We started this with Indonesia, SDG Indonesia 1. This is quite successful, and a lot of parties have taken part in this initiative managed by PTSMI. That involves development of the projects, the risking of the project, and also financing of the project. So we have ways, we have venues for us to collaborate with anybody. Next slide. This is what we have done with our SDG Indonesia 1. $3.1 billion commitment, $800 million agreement, and already realized 329 million. It is not easy, taking some steps, taking some time for us to collaborate, to understand the potential investors, looking at the potential projects in Indonesia, looking at the risk of it, and analyzing it, and decide to invest in our green investment in Indonesia. You see, the sectors are a lot, and you see that SIO partners, a lot of countries, a lot of multilaterals already involved in this. Next slide. We also take part very strongly in Green Climate Fund. In fact, we are now talking to GCF as to recapitalizing of GCF very soon. So that is also good collaboration venue. Next slide. We did ETM and also JETP back in last year in G20. Again, this is another way of us collaborating in terms of financing side. We are talking about energy transition mechanism country platform at PTSMI. Next slide. This is the way we design the collaboration work. See, the sources of fund can come from government of Indonesia. Next slide, please. The sources of fund can come from government of Indonesia, from commercial, from private sector, can also come from philanthropists, multilateral development bank, and climate finance. So again, this is the blended finance at work that we have done before with SDG Indonesia 1, and we are continuing this very similar strategy, inviting a lot of collaboration, and we work on a platform together. Next slide. We have done some progress on ETM. We can show you that some regulatory framework have been done, legal framework has been launched, and we are going to continue working on the projects. Next slide. The other thing I want to mention is, next slide, the Climate Investment Fund. Again, showing our commitment, showing our roadmap, our plan. We get $500 million from the Climate Investment Fund to support us in our accelerating coal transition. We call it ICEF Act Investment Plan. This involves World Bank, ADB, some other multilateral development banks, and also several countries involved in the Climate Investment Fund. This is very, very concessional. The interest rate is below 1% for this. So again, this is the way we try to blend the commitment, blend finance. So when people say we have commitment to join the emission reduction in Indonesia, they will show it with the pricing. They will show it in the blended finance. They will show their commitment, and that's how we negotiate and we work together in collaboration. Next slide. Not only looking at the finance side, we're also looking at the impact to the society. We will need to see what is the impact of this transition to our labor market. What is the impact of this transition to our poverty, of our livelihood? So this has to be part of the complete package of that transition as well. Next slide. So this is another last initiative that we would like to highlight. We know that when we want to do collaboration in terms of blended finance, the private sector has to be the big part of it. Now, one of the impediments from the private sector is the lack of common language. They call it taxonomy. Private sector would like to know safely, they can say, if I want to invest in green finance or transition finance, what does that mean? Do we have the same understanding of what we mean by transition finance? Do we have the same understanding as to what we mean by transition activities? Now, this is one of our highlights that we have achieved this year with our ASEAN chairmanship. We now agree, among others, that transition activities will also include the early retirement of coal-fired power plant projects. That is included in our transition finance activities, that is included in our transition finance taxonomy. Having done so, the private sector will say, yes, now I understand that this is the transition activities, this is considered as green with certain kind of restrictions. For example, we say in our taxonomy, if the early retirement is done before 2040, it is considered as transition activities, and the financial sector can join safely and saying that this is green project, part of the transition project. So having agreement of what we mean by what we say is very important, especially for the private sector. So they have the safety, they have the risk management intact, saying that yes, I can invest in this in medium to long term. Hence, that also help in terms of the blended finance effort, that also help in terms of the big collaboration that we're trying to do globally, not only here in Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Febrio. So it is very clear right now regarding with the taxonomy. The taxonomy also including on the early retirement of coal-fired power plant. So next question is to Pak Dadan. Pak Dadan, regarding with the energy, we understand that on the slide of Pak Febrio Kacaribo, the numbers of the investment needed, it's very higher. So it is the highest, yeah, regarding with the all of this, and the easy is in the forest actually. So in the energy sector that have very complicated and challenging. So what is the key priority for the, or the key strategy for the MEMR regarding with this energy transition that need more investment and also very complicated. So please, Pak Dadan.
Thank you, Bu Inten. I call Bu Inten, Pak Febri, Bu Pen. That are true actually. Yeah. Well, we can see recently that renewable energy cost is getting less and less. See. Say for example, for solar, that I think for 10 or 15 years there is reduction of 70% in terms of capital cost. Yeah. And solar is only capital cost. And the same thing also happened for wind. Wind, little bit less, but still this is also significant in reducing the cost, something like 25 to 30%. We have the very good example here in the country. We have 2 wind farms already in operation. And the contract is around 11 cents per kilowatt hour. It was in 2014. But now the new contract done by PLN, it is less than 6. So the reduction of 50%. This is for wind. This is the size of 70 megawatt. How about the size is 300? How about the size 500? I believe that will be much more reduction in terms of the cost of capex here on this. So this is the one that electricity coming from renewable is getting cheap and cheap. On the other hand, we could see now that the energy coming from fossil is getting increased and increased. Now the Brent is $93 per barrel, yeah, Brent. And coal also, we had very, I mean, for us, because we are exporting coal, we had very good time last year when coal reached more than $200 per ton. Of course, Indonesia put the affordability for electricity, so we had the policy of capping in terms of the coal price here in domestically, but actually the coal price is 300% much more expensive with those that are bought by PLN. So actually in terms of cost, now fossil is much more expensive compared with electricity coming from solar and from wind. Of course, some are still challenging for geothermal, for example, but thank you to Ministry of Finance offering many incentives on this part, including also the government drilling to the risking of the project, the risking of the investment. I think to answer the question of Ibu Inten, the investment is, the cost is huge, but Pak Febrio mentioned this is investment. This is something that good for us. We are seeing to have much more investment in the country in order to make the growth of Indonesian economy. And we have that part. We have the resources here in the country. So by combining the financing scheme coming from the government, coming in particular from the Ministry of Finance, collaborating with others, with JETP, with ICEF, with others, with ATM in particular, for example, and then also combining with our incentive, and also combining with that in reality, this is the Indonesian locally available resources. So that 280 billion in terms of the cost for decarbonization, this is actually our opportunity. To me, to us, we have to shift this. Of course, there is some cost for some, but I believe that there is also reduction. So we will continue with Ministry of Finance on how to have the sum of this combination, yeah. Because that probably there is increase On the other hand, we can have the benefit as well. Also, in particular, we will have the reduction in terms of the cost of the energy. And what is actually our priority in terms of energy for us? We have the RUPTL. When this is connected into the grid, we put more renewable energy for the construction up to 2030. And I heard that PLN now is also revising that part. We put more hydro and solar and geothermal on the planning. Yeah. But we will have more probably since we had a good success in terms of wind. Yeah. PLN now is doing some activities in Banten, for example, in Sukabumi, in the other areas also. We now gradually shown that Indonesia is also rich for the wind resources. That probably for the short term. Of course, we are also putting more attention for the base load, base load renewable energy, for geothermal, for example, with the government drilling, with the other support coming from ADB, also channeled by PTSMI on this. I believe that with long experience of Indonesia also in developing of geothermal, we are currently the second largest in terms of geothermal, just next to US, next to US, and we have in the pipeline of something like 3 gigawatt for the implementation, and this has been proven that this is sustainable energy. Our first project is in 1982. This is in Kamojang, 3 hours here from Jakarta. And if you see the facility, this is exactly the same when it was the first time of COD. So this is just to show that when we are dealing with something renewable, and this is long-lasting resources on that part. We try also to do the short implementation, for example, dealing with the coal-fired power plant. We put biomass on this part. Now we have 113 existing coal-fired power plant in the country, and half of that has been a blend with the biomass, with the blended ratio of some 1%, the other area is 5%. But again, in this part, I would like also to stress that there is an issue of sustainability, because we are dealing with wood, we are dealing with something probably will be impacting also to the forest. Yeah. But yes, we start on this just to start on how that Indonesia can meet the realization of our commitment for the emission reductions. We have done so far in terms of the regulation. Power sector has start with the cap and trade for CO2 emission. This is the second year. This is the first years of commercial implementation, but for us this is the second. Last year we did the trial on this. So we have started. We have proven that Indonesia is not only commitment, but we're putting also this into the action.
Thank you, Pak Dadan. So there is investment also, but also the opportunity to reducing the cost and also economic multiplier effect. So I would like to invite the participant for the question and answer session. So if there is some question from the participant here, I would like to invite 2 or 3 participants in this ballroom. Please raise hand. Very clear? Is it very clear? I hope so. Okay. Okay, we just have only 10 minutes, but before closing statement, I would like to make a collaboration between 3. Pak Dadan mentioned regarding with the geothermal, that Indonesia actually the second largest geothermal potential in Indonesia. And US have a technology, particularly have a, what is it, credible international drilling what is it, company, yeah, with reputable and have a, what is it, a good experience in the geothermal. So what is a kind of the US program regarding how to impose the geothermal project in Indonesia, particularly because the affordable or cost still in the higher, yeah, but the, what is it, the function of the geothermal is same with the coal-fired power plant. It is base load. So what is your opinion, sir, getting with this, Mr.
Sure.
Johnson?
I mean, I guess this gives me a bit of an opportunity to talk about, I mean, I think we've had cooperation with Indonesia on the energy transition for quite some time through USAID, the SINAR project, which has aimed to facilitate and make those connections between, you know, how you might be able to develop this technology. So in particular, on the geothermal side, you know, we've been working on the Bantau Dedan geothermal power project for some time in Sumatra, you know, we try to help through connecting, you know, through the Indonesian's infrastructure financial institution in investment. So I think the investment is something around $225 million in East Java, and to apply technical standards to help establish, you know, to help with the financing, to establish technical standards for a $650 million geothermal financing facility that should help to conduct, you know, feasibility studies and other things of this nature.
Okay, okay, so it's good. So Pak Febrio, regarding with the geothermal project, Pak Febrio, we understand that Pak Dadan mentioned about the government drilling. So how's the policy, financial policy, fiscal policy regarding with this government drilling for the geothermal project?
There's been regulation in place, and I think we are open to discuss further as to how we can optimize the utilization of the incentive that is available at this moment. We know that we still have more potential than we have used, and we understand what the risk and the cost are. So I think it will be good time for us to relook at the scheme of the incentive that is already in place, and, you know, talk about the, you know, the way we can improve those to make sure that more utilization will be happening very soon.
Okay, thank you, Pak Febrio. So Pak Dadan, back to Pak Dadan regarding with the geothermal, that what is there any nearest project that will be launching by government regarding with the government drilling project this geothermal?
Yeah, I think US quite active, yeah, for geothermal. We have one company here that, yes, I mean, quite expansive in proposing to government to get the working area to do the survey on this part. Yeah, we are planning to do the tender for another 2 or another 3 this year for the new working area on this part. We'll do also the next year. Well, this depends on Pak Febrio in terms of budget, but we have been proposing for the 2 locations for the government drilling on this, and we are continuing the discussion with Ministry of Finance of the government drilling that has been supported by ADB and the World Bank, because so far it has been the program within us for 5 years. So far, the progress is quite less or even small. Trying to do the combination between the principle of sustainability coming from the World Bank and also the understanding of the locally sustainable aspect within the country. Yeah. Well, say for example, we could not successfully done the project in East Nusa Tenggara because of the issue of social. The World Bank require 100% support from all the society of the citizen, NGO, for example, but those are almost impossible. So having 1 or 2% showing the hand that they don't support this project, then it failed. This is happening for us. The other one probably for this geothermal support, I mean the scheme is quite interesting. Yeah. So the scheme will provide the forgiveness for the project that is not successful. So say for example, the company will get the financing support from the PTSMI, and when it is failed, then the support will come. Well, this is good, I mean, in terms of the risking. But so far, when I discussed with the stakeholder, they said that I never plan to have the unsuccessful project. So probably, Pak Ferry, we have to shift this kind of the understanding, yeah. Providing incentive to those that is not successful, well, it's not really motivating the stakeholders, in fact. Yeah. So we try to see how then it can work such kind of the support. Yeah. And the other issue coming from geothermal is also, of course, the social aspect. Yeah. Almost all of the geothermal locations have such kind of problems. We have many locations already from Sumatra to Nusa Tenggara Timur to Sulawesi, but still I think on that part. And for us, I think it's showing that there is active, well, I say positively, there are a growing interest from the stakeholders, from the society, that we have to work on. We have to start with CESA, for example, that Ministry of Finance also has been starting to develop. In terms of regulation, I think we have the current regulation for tariff, yeah, on this, and also support from the Ministry of Environment, yeah, and Forestry. We have very good communication on that part. So I would like to invite, of course, more proposal interest, in particular coming from United States and this geothermal field. Yeah, Pak Jonathan.
Okay, thank you, Pak Dadan. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think time is run out. So we have already discussed regarding with the how synergize long-term strategy with the short-term implementation in this high-level panel discussion today, and we have already known about how U.S. Embassy perspective in accelerating in the Net Zero Indonesia Transition 2060, and how the fiscal policy and financial policy to support this program, and how the energy transition program can run and make sure that the implementation of the energy transition, particularly for the energy sector, can be happen. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think the panel session, high-level panel discussion today is ready. And thank you very much for your attention, and give big applause to the panelists. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Baik, dimohon Bapak Ibu panelis di depan untuk tetap berada di atas panggung, karena sebentar lagi kita akan melangsungkan sesi foto bersama.
Sesi foto bersama. Kayaknya enggak deh.
Baik, untuk para rekan-rekan media untuk mengambil posisi.
This is such an insightful discussion. Thank you once again, Mr. Jonathan Hapjan, Konsulat Ekonomi Kedutaan Besar Amerika Serikat untuk Indonesia, Dr. Dadan Kusdiana, Sekretaris Jenderal Kementerian Energi dan Sumber Daya Mineral Republik Indonesia, dan juga Dr. Febrio Nathan Kacaribu, Kepala Badan Kebijakan Fiskal Kementerian Keuangan Republik Indonesia, dan tentu saja Ibu Moderator, Ibu Sri Pedi Inten Cahyani, selaku staf khusus Kementerian Energi dan Sumber Daya Mineral Republik Indonesia dan juga sekaligus anggota dari ICEF. Sekali lagi beri tepuk tangan yang meriah untuk sesi kitab yang sudah selesai sesi pagi hari ini. Oke Bapak Ibu, waktu sudah menunjukkan waktu Indonesia bagian makan siang. Jadi kita akan melangsungkan lunch break selama 1 jam 30 menit. Bapak Ibu bisa menikmati makanan yang telah disajikan di foyer ballroom. Dan informasi untuk musola berada di lantai B1 dan lantai 3 Hotel JS Luansa. Dan untuk rekan-rekan media, boleh langsung menuju ruang rapa di ruang rapa 3 di lantai 2 untuk sesi press conference.
Dan bagi Bapak Ibu yang berada di ruang Zoom, jangan kemana-mana karena setelah istirahat, kita akan melanjutkan sesi Indonesian Energy Transition Dialogue 2023 dengan TED Talks Presentation oleh salah satu kandidat Capres 2024. Dan ada juga stand up comedy yang akan disampaikan dan bintang tamunya masih kita rahasiakan. So stay tune, jangan kemana-mana, kita akan kembali
lagi pukul 13.30. Terima kasih. Selamat siang, Bapak Ibu.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome again in Indonesia Energy Transition Dialogue 2023, held by Indonesia Clean Energy Forum in collaboration with Institute for Essential Services Reform and Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources of the Republic of Indonesia, also supported by PT JETP Metro Energy. To test your spirit after lunch, please give a big round of applause for our event this afternoon. Because this is a sleepy time. Okay, we have a special performance. We have our stand-up comedian. He's a lecturer who was a finalist of stand-up comedy, the sixth stand-up Indonesian comedy. Without further ado, he doesn't want us to spill what he's going to say. Let us all welcome Mr. Iksan Karta. May peace and blessings be upon us. Good afternoon. Indonesian Energy Transition Dialogue. Yeah, it's good that I can cheat here. Give a big round of applause because I see that some the energy have transisted. So now you are in the saving energy mode. Putus. But whatever the documentation, we'll be using a mic that I can see my colleagues as the speaker. Because after me, we will have the presidential candidates. Talking about energy, the best thing is the basic one, which is the regulation. And my thing, why the regulation about Indonesia is the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources. Why energy is compared with the mineral resources? It's not something new. In the past, it was mining and energy, and now mineral resources and energy. Why? We always put them together, energy and mineral resources. We see in Kemang Rambutan and Lebak Bulus, you see that the energy is it sold with the mineral? It doesn't have to be always like that. Because if we combine it together, the transition is difficult. It will definitely be fossil fuel. See, it's been so many years that Indonesia is independent. Why not combine energy with others? For example, energy with youth and sport. Let me ask you, which ministry in Indonesia which handles of your health and sport? So energy and youth is actually good for me. And one more thing, we have to remember the message from Haji Roma Irama saying that your youth time is the hottest time, is the time when you are full of energy. So we hope in the next cabinet, the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources can also be the Minister of Youth and Sport. The rating of Indonesia, now we're in the rating of 140. So it's not that far. But when we talk about energy, 2 weeks ago, Jakarta is the the most polluted city in the world. Don't give a big round of applause for this. Number one is pollution. 2 days ago, it was Palembang, the most polluted city in Indonesia. And then now we can see what is the solution? What is the solution for this pollution problem? In Jakarta, we actually already know. The key is only one, and it's proven. It's not a study in China, India. This is a study in Jakarta, done and proven, that can make Jakarta sky is blue is the Eid holiday. So the solution for Jakarta's pollution is Eid holiday. So we need to have 4 Eid holidays in a year. So then we can see the blue sky in Jakarta, and we have our Eid bonus every 4 times a year. To have Eid holidays for 4 times, we can propose for the Ministry of Energy to be combined with the Ministry of Religion. Ministry of Energy and Religion. Yeah, so we can have a positive energy, not like now. So this kind of forum will also be interesting, because the presidential candidate, the one who became Minister of Religious, not only from those groups, it can also come from IESR maybe. See, you cannot imagine, right, working under the Ministry of Religion. So Jakarta's pollution, the solution offered by the government is electric vehicle. So it's not the solution. I have actually a problem with electric vehicle. I'm sure most of you also have that. My first problem, especially the car, the small one, I have a problem with that vehicle, because several times I went to the mall, I thought the car parking was empty, but when I approached that space, turns out there's a walling parking there because it's so small. So those of you who own that swirling small car, please, I thought that it's a symbol of advancement, but when you park, because you park too approaching to the back, so I cannot see you. And the price is still too expensive. The same with electric motorcycle. It's already subsidized, but it's still expensive. If I'm not mistaken, the Minister of Industry have said it can be cheaper, 40%, if it's sold without the battery. Based on my calculation, electric motorcycle can be cheaper if we only sell the battery, so without the motorcycle. So we purchase the battery, so every time we want to use it, we try to find a new motorcycle. I think that would be better. That's the largest problem for electric vehicle, is the energy resources. It's not renewable yet. The second one, the infrastructure. The recharging station, it's not easily found yet. The proof is some electric vehicles dealer are selling their vehicles with the generator. This is for real. I tried to find it in the dealers. In the dealer, there's a package with the generator. It's in one package. When I purchased And Alfonso, they never offered also with the gasoline. This shows that our infrastructure is still not ready yet. Okay, there's some who just arrived. We'll give them time. Afternoon, sir. Okay. So this room is just like my classroom in campus. So normally when I teach, the first row is always empty. Those who will sit on the front is always the smartest or the one who came late. So where was I? Panis, you distracted me. Okay, electrical. So it's not a solution. We need a more comprehensive solution to be used as a solution. Please give a big applause for those who's willing to go to Surabaya from Jakarta using this car. So who in this room who's willing to travel to Surabaya using an electric bus? Raise your hand. So who in this room going to Surabaya using an electric train and you're willing to do that? Yeah, okay. So I think all of you are supporters of electric vehicles. Who in this room traveling to Jakarta to Surabaya using an electric airplane and you're willing to do so? Only one. And the others are in doubt. Why? Why not like the previous vehicles? The survey I also do it in my classroom. The same. Electric vehicle, yes. The electric train, sure. But when it's electric airplane, all are always in doubt to use it. Why? Our largest fear, what happened if it's run out of power when we're in the sky? Yeah, because we'll fall, right? Yeah, well, this is an airplane. If there's a power cut-off, that's common because in Indonesia, power cut-off is very common. It often happened and we are not notified previously because sometimes it's on and sometimes not. But here, yeah, that's what we are worried using the electric airplane. And this morning, I read in the Tecom, the power went out in the airport. If this were an electric airplane, I won't be used. So if we are operating the electric airplane, saying that our airplane, our tickets are all bundled with a generator, for example, then maybe people will be willing to join. So the infrastructure of electric energy for us is our homework. Whoever is our president in 2024, this is a homework for them. But I feel blessed. In 2024, we'll have a new leader. Our three presidential candidate who has declared to fight in the election in 2024 are people who has a vision on energy environment, a great energy environment vision. Mr. Prabowo, he has a very strong environment vision. Why? This is the third time that he offered himself to be a presidential candidate. If he doesn't have an environment vision, he won't dare to take it because by offering himself, so it shows that the material can be recycled, but let's hope that his votes won't be reduced. Yeah. Okay, Mr. Ganjar Pranowo. he also has a strong energy vision because he can combine us with the technical background with the political background. All this time I was think how much power needed to be a presidential candidate. Mr. Ganjel gave us the solution because the calculation is clear that to be a presidential candidate, you only need 1 megawatt. And the one that has the strongest vision for energy is Mr. Anies Baswedan. This is our presidential candidate who has the renewable energy vision is the strongest. We are in the transition and Anies have proven that he can be president with the power of Mr. Surya. So hopefully whoever is the president, our attention will move towards a good way. May peace and blessings be upon us.
Oh, Pak Irfan Karta. Please another round of applause for Pak Irfan Karta. It's very interesting. So thank you, Pak Irfan, for the inputs. So I'm pretty interested in combining the Ministry of Energy with the Ministry of Religions, because who knows, maybe they could collaborate to develop was it like a power plant powered by prayers. So yeah, so that's another type of renewable energy. So it's not just about the usual energy, but the more supernatural or more energy. Oh yeah, but ladies and gentlemen, we will witness a TED Talk presentation about Indonesia's envisioning Indonesia's future in the most rapid and economic growth. That will be given by Bapak Anies Baswedan. Bapak Anies Baswedan, the stage is yours. Please give a big round of applause to Bapak Anies. So I'm using the solar energy, so you can see me. So where's Pak Irfan? Irfan, ya, terima kasih atas pembukaannya yang hebat. So peace be upon you all. So good afternoon and best regards to all of you. So allow me to say thank you for the invitation to attend here with IETD. So this is a privilege to be together and convey several things related to new energy. So this is a big thing, something something that we have concern about, and hopefully what we're going to convey can be another round of discussion. But if I have to say, this is a topic that hopefully and can be get more attention in the political landscape. So we felt that when we are assigned on Jakarta, when we work on the government, this is a pretty big topic. But during the campaign, is a pretty small issue. So in this campaign, is the amount of attention and care for this environment is pretty small. So, ladies and gentlemen, our honored guests, in this chance, in this opportunity, we want to share several ideas or basic ideas, hopefully can be of interest or can be start a conversation for this place. So the title we chose is the energy, the humane energy. So we could envision an Indonesia that is more just and advanced and advancement and just. And justice is something that is aligned because we see that if we don't align or we don't put justice and advancement together, then humanity will be facing crisis just like what we are facing now. In these several decades, we found that how economy and ecology is not the most prioritized topic. It's cost logos and cost nomos. It's the same, right? However, we don't give any balance for these two topics. So that's why we receive, that's why justice has become, equity or equality has become something that's important. And that's why choices or options has become something important. That's why, so energy that could save the future is the renewable energy. And well, people have known that, but we need to ensure that the energy that could keep a sustainable life for every human being or living being is a humane energy, not just renewable energy, and ensure that everyone could have a prosperous life. So, so when I was assigned in Jakarta, we face a crisis. And for me, well, it's quite a amazing issue, I guess. What is it? Well, it's pandemic. We also have a climate crisis. We've felt it quite a few times in Jakarta. So all these crises will come in queue. We will find a similar crisis, a bit more crisis, similar crisis in the future. So in last half the year we face these issues. But now when we talk about climate crisis, then this climate crisis will face later again in the next 100 years. So if you imagine that when we face a pandemic back then and we saw it as pretty complicated, then imagine this type of crisis that will happen in the next future. So I just want to uh, repeat what I've said, that several so we've experienced a lot of extreme heat in this place. I mean, imagine in April, so the heat wave on Asia has reached a record, especially in Indonesia and Jakarta. So this could contribute to this atmosphere and the pollution and the, massive heat wave. This is the worst that we face, and the issue here we're facing is not just being handled, but needs to be handled immediately. It's not longer about importance, but urgency. So that's why we've reviewed, me and my colleague have reviewed on what NASA have worked on. So NASA have created a simulation of this temperature rise since around the 80s to 2080. So 80s years ahead. So we've seen here that how there's a period where when when around this year where it becomes so hot. So in the 80s it's quite cold. It's not much. So it slowly, surely has increases into an earth that's truly hot. So if we look at this situation, it is projected in 2050 the temperature rise is predicted to be twice as high. Not the heat, not the temperature, but the delta. If now it's around 0.89 degrees Celsius, then this will be predicted into 1.5 or even 2 degrees Celsius. So we have done nothing to this to prevent this assumption. So if we look even further, the impact of this, especially from us in Jakarta, we've truly felt it when we talk about the crisis, of this climate crisis. Then look at the several aspects in the environment, health, economy, and disaster. So if we look at disaster, 98% of disaster in Indonesia will become hydrometeorology. So I'm truly grateful that I'm being sent here in Jakarta, because especially when Jakarta faced the hardest or the most catastrophic rain here, because Jakarta has this drainage system that could control 50 kiloliters of water, but the rain is like 370 milliliters per water. So our capacity is only 50, but what's actually happened is like way more. So this is something that's been happening over and over, and this is just Jakarta. How about the outside or the outskirts? So our capacity in Jakarta, so chillowing is like 60 cubic per second, but for 250 cubic per day is all our river system. So when there's something happening on the upstream, so the water that could enter Jakarta is around 300 plus cubic per second. It's just going to be drowned because the amount of water, yet our river capacity, no matter how much you want to enlarge it, it just won't fit. So this is just an example. I haven't even mentioned other disaster here. And talking about the economic, for example, the projection here in 2020 and 2024 period, there's going to be around 544 trillion rupiahs of loss, and the impact is going to be around 30% of PDB. And then for health, it's going like 17 to 18%. And now you mentioned about environment. So the ones who are going to feel it the most is the poverty-stricken, the cultural, women and children, the elderly, and these are the ones that's going to feel the impact the most when we talk about climate change and its effect to the people. That's why it is time for us to do a shift. But the reality is Indonesia is still highly dependent on fossil energy, and this is the biggest contributor of the biggest carbon greenhouse emission. That's why we need to transition to where, you might ask. Well, we try to convey 5 pillars that needs to be fulfilled. So this is where we want to propose. But before we talk about further, so our approach is not but we've done it. So when we are assigned on Jakarta, we have the obligation, or I mean the rights, but we don't pretend to have the knowledge. Having the rights doesn't mean we have the knowledge. The rights means you have the authority, but knowledge, experience don't always belong to the people of authority. That's why we need to open our ears, our eyes, and invite all people so we could get it done through collaboration. But the problem is that when we have the authority, and also the skills and the knowledge, and you only work the things that you know, and that's the problem here. So when we are assigned on Jakarta, when we talk about Jakarta, well, we need to work on with these principles called collaboration. Yes, we have the authority, but let us invite the relevant parties to be the part of the conversation. And we see that this is a problem, and this is the the authorities that we have, and we need a collaboration so we could use the authority to solve these problems. So this is the collaboration that's going to be going forward if we are given the chance. So in terms of the perspective, or we know all of them, but well, we need to start on something before we could do anything. Well, we can just do it willy-nilly, because that's why we think that there are 5 things that needs to be pay attention of before we go further. One of the things that's related or pretty relevant is about public transportation in Jakarta. Well, Jakarta already have a public transportation, but it's not integrated. What we work on is the integration. So what we do is to be together with all of the transportation services. We gather them together, and then we discuss together, and we convey what are our missions, and then we'll find the framework so everyone could create. So that's why we created something called Jaklingko. And with the system, thank God, Jakarta's daily ridership has become 350 to become 1 million. So the coverage of public transport is from 42% to become around 90%. However, it's not us, the government, who work alone. The one who works are all the stakeholders. In our experience, if it's just the government, then the sustainability will be hard to maintain. Government could change, policy could shift, but when we gather around the stakeholders, so the one who create the policy will be all the related stakeholders. So this approach has been mentioned before. So I will mention. So what are the 5 pillars here? So these 5 pillars. Well, the first one is is a holistic and integrated organization. This is one of the aspects that we truly want to point at. It's a collaboration between stakeholders, and the third one is the funding innovation. The fourth one is the just energy transition, and the fifth one is the intervention on on demand and supply side. I'll explain further in respectively. So the first one about holistic and integrated organization. So ladies and gentlemen, so this is the central government, these are the provincial government, and this is the city government or municipal government. So we need something that's centralized. So I felt as I've positioned here and there, but when we're here, we never really get a clear direction from the central one. So we are gathered from, will be gathered into this a big ministry, or maybe we were gathered by Ministry of Health to do something. Well, nothing. So a lot of things that's been a lot of things that's been given in the local side is from the local government. But no, because the national guidelines on these aspects are pretty minimum. So from the experience, we see that it is very important for the central government to have a circular synergy to ensure that the policies are aligned and related, and none of them are stampeding each other from the national to the local level or in sync. It sounds simple, but this is the management of one. This is the problem in the management here. And in our eyes, can be created and translated into KPI. So I'll give an illustration. So we enter Jakarta. So I have to use Jakarta, but because I know Jakarta the most.
A quarter of the Jakarta's population are not covered by BPJS, the state insurance. The ones those are not covered are the poorest. We are ready to pay for them 1.4 trillion to cover BPJS for the poor population. The problem is how to register. Once we make the incentive system, the lurah or the head of village will deduct the fund if the families are not registered. So then all the head of village or the lurah will try to ensure that they are registered, and then their support are not got. So this head of municipal are all covered by the support funds. So it has to be actually connected with the performance with the central government. And we have made an international deal related to the environment. And how do we execute it? It will move down to the municipal level. If the measurement level for success is not given to the local government and is not linked with the incentive, so we won't go anywhere. So this is a one-on-one management, and I think this needs to have a serious attention, because when we talk here, no one knows about this. Just check. The head of district, they listen to the minister's speech? No. The execution actually has to be related. As one of the person who manages the local, and the theme is from the national level, the governors and the mayors, they have, if they have concerns about the environment, they will execute it. But if not, no. And then in our country, we have agencies which actually needs to synchronize what is agenda in the Ministry of Mineral Resources, in the Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Industry. So who relates all of this when it comes to climate crisis? Where is the clearinghouse agency? For example, in the States, they have the Office of the U.S. Special Presidential Envoy for Climate. In UK, they have the Department of Energy Security and Net Zero. And there's one specific managing climate change. Here we have this, but how can we coordinate among these ministries related to climate crisis? We need to have an institutional breakthrough. One thing that's also important, do not consider that this is the government problem. Private sector is also involved. How the ministries, how the private companies, how's the NGO. This is an example in Japan, the illustration of the governance of emission in Japan. Agus, I think we don't have this yet. The one who makes this report about emission in Indonesia. We need to be serious. So we need to have a manager on this, or democratization of data on climate change. So the collection of data related to the climate change and emission change must exist to formulate the emission report in Indonesia, because this will determine the strategic in the achievement of net zero in Indonesia based on the emitter sector. So we see that we need to have a collaboration among stakeholders. This illustration is using the illustration in Japan because they involve all sectors. And the next one, the next point, this is the first point about the governance. That's the first point, related to the holistic governance. Now I move on to the collaboration between stakeholders. This needs to be done with all those who are involved. We need to invite them. For example, in Jakarta, one is international aspect. related to C40. C40 is actually a representative for the 40 cities all over the world, where Jakarta becomes a part that supports for 97 cities to finalize their climate action plan. The chief was the London mayor and the deputy of the governor of Jakarta and governor of Tokyo. And these three becomes the driver to make the 97 cities all over the world make an action plan. This is a form of collaboration that we can explore as an example. And another example is when we see Jakarta that is archipelagic, and one of the problem is energy. Jakarta is the only city where part of the city is archipelago. In Pulau Satu, there's the one. Archipelago, this is the only city. We have 110 islands, 11 have populations, and these are closer to Lampung. What will happen? There is a serious intervention from the energy side with the waste management, which we can say that all the houses there use the sewerage system that is processed. So the drinking water is reverse water osmosis that are drinkable, and it's better than those living in Jakarta. So if you can have a water. This is an example not done by one agency. We have to discuss with the electricity supply and the water supply. And about the electric bus, we support with the electrifying of the public transportation, shifting people from personal vehicles to public vehicles. This is done starting from net zero schools, and the approach is collaboration to build 4 first net zero schools, and we hope they can become models how the development why we start from school, because these children, they will become champion from our environment problem and also in their lives when they live in a school with environment sport. Apart from, we have one large building where we say it's a Jakarta International Stadium, where I think it was hits at that time. We intentionally make it as a platinum of the green building. Why we call them platinum level of green building? Because we want it to be a milestone how we build a government building in the future. The government have the capacity to invest in that sector. So the approach of collaboration is something that we consider important to be done. Next, related to this, the collaboration approach can also be done related to presenting solution through house heat, geothermal heat. Indonesia has a lot of potential, but all this time, as long as this is not done as a collaboration with the government and private sector, it will be too challenging for Indonesia to be more advanced. So the private sector does not want to invest there because of the high cost and high risk. This is where the government can do an intervention with the government drilling, and so is exploration with the mapping from the government, and when it's already exploited, then it can be given to the private sector. We try to check whether this practice is done. We have a sample that this is implemented in Japan and New Zealand. So this is one of the aspects that needs to be considered for Indonesia in the future. And the third aspect is related to the financing innovation. Financing innovation, we see that we can make use of the domestic potential related to our potential as a house, as a carbon reserve of the world. So diplomacy related to this, it's an avenue that we need to fight for, and the leadership with the agenda of energy diplomacy and implementation for energy financing is very much needed in the future. With a special note, Indonesia, 20% of the mangrove reserve and 37% is in the gambut, and we have the third largest tropical forest in the world. When our diplomacy is given a largest portion, we can use the world's potential to advocate their domestic agenda related to energy. And the fourth one, related to the ensuring energy justice energy. So when we start shifting from the fossil-based to the renewable energy, we will find areas where initially it has dependency to the fossil sector. They need to have the intervention. In our notes, there are around 1 million people where their work relies on the batubara sector or soil sector. When we start the transition, we need to think those who are in the sector, where will they go? And areas which initially was the mining areas, they need to be transformed first for the community that are involved. And we hope the full participation of the community for each phase. So the initiative is not only thinking of how this renewable energy is being adopted, but also how we shift and how people living in our this one. And the next one is the last one is lima aspect, which is intervention in the demand and supply. In demand and supply, we see in the supply side the solar energy potential, wind energy potential, hydro energy potential, which is very large, and geothermal. From this potential, which has not been processed, is 99.9%. This is a huge amount, but this has not been optimized yet. This is from the side of the energy supply. And if we look here, the fossil energy and the new renewable energy, this is the statistics from the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, showing that the energy is more, even compared to the target in 2025, which is 25% the renewable energy and 70% fossil energy. So we need to have a commitment to be executed here. So that's the supply side. How about the demand side? In the demand side, we see a change in the community. Urbanization is inevitable. Right now, 56% are living in the cities. So estimated in 2045, around 3/4 of the Indonesian population will live in the city. And then we also see that there is a knowledge-based economy which continuously to be dominant. So there will be a shift related to the supply and demand labor, also related to the incentive to the industrial sectors.
And we also witness that the enforcement of decarbonization policy according to the standard of the science, and we also have a consumer mindset growth that has shifted. That's also support for circular economy. So this is from the energy demand. So we're going to meet more in the urban, and then it's going to be shifted to artificial intelligence, and then it's going to be moved to knowledge-based economy. We're going to meet more of policy enforcement and consumer mindset growth. And here in this studio, where supply and demand will happen. So if this can be conveyed, so from five or these five pillars, one is organization. That's why we need uh, integration of policy and government and strengthening the and data decommission, and then collaboration between stakeholders, where we need to collaborate with the private and public, especially for geothermal sector, and then collaboration between industry and then consumers. And then for funding or financing innovation, so solution of the conversation to access green financing and blended finance, and diplomacy in this sector is very important. And all the decisions that we've made is not it's not easy execution wise, because we don't use our bargaining position or negotiation to demand support from the developed country that fits with our constraints. And then for the just energy transition, so all the local economic transformation, upskilling and reskilling, and public contribution for its phases. And the last one is intervention on supply and demand side. So my honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, here are several ideas on how we develop the transition, well, going through what we call as Indonesia with a humane energy. That's all for me. Please be upon you all. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Bapak Anies Baswedan. Now, there will be a discussion session, and we're going to call Dr. Widyawan Prawira Atmaja to go on stage to moderate this discussion. Please be upon you all. So we've heard about all the presentation from Pak Anies. So maybe I could start something that is a bit hard, because I'm reminded, or I'm promised, that there will be 3 candidates, but only one who came. So maybe I could be close and personal. So maybe we could talk about something more relaxed or casual. So there's no wrong or right here. So I want to know that, Pak Anies, what do we choose? When you choose a coffee, you choose cappuccino. So when I talk about jamu or juice, which one do you choose, jamu or juice? Oh, jamu, okay. So which one choose, bukit or mountains or beach? Mountain. So hot or cold? Cold. It's okay. Porridge, do you mix it up or not? Okay, this answer could split up the audience. So I mix up the porridge. Okay. So short question here. So Pak Anies, so when you put a solar power plant, you put it on top of your roof. So what do you put there? What's the reason here? Well, we consume quite a lot of energy, quite a lot of electricity. So cities from outside contributions, I feel like there's enough space to invest there. So I could tell myself that, yeah, I think in our home, where we could contribute to reduce greenhouse effect. So I don't want to put you on the spot. So back then, we received compensation, I think around 65%. So all those overflown or excess energy, we could give it to the PLN, then we could receive those extras. So let's say that we don't have 65%. You will still do it. Okay. So please, a stronger round of applause, please. So back then, so actually we have an idea actually. So how can we So how about if all the houses can be collaborated? If there's a company that wants to loan or at least loan rooftops. So why? Because when I bought that panel, so the price is quite good. Wow, this is an investment here. So I need to invest quite price here. If I don't have the purchasing power, well, we don't really want to use that. So, well, I thankfully I have the purchasing power. But I imagine that Jakarta was very flat. If there's a company that wants to loan rooftops, and they want to pay with incentive, but then the rooftop is used for a power plant, uh, solar power plant, we will have a Jakarta whose power plant is going to be a lot. But turns out the challenge here is from the regulation side. So it needs to be regulated so these rooftops can be easier. It's a lot easier than a boarding houses. What's the difference, right? Because the one that's important here, or we're talking about, is those solar rooftops. So I think this is very interesting. And maybe I want to ask something else. So all this time when you decide something, it's not limited to the energy sector or environmental, but that's all that happened in the past as a minister, as a governor, for every issues. Do you always rely on evidence base? Yes, evidence based, but also value based. In making a decision, I use four principles. One is the just and equality principle. Second one is public interest, the fulfilled public interest. The third one is data, information, science, and common sense. The fourth one, here, is about law and regulations. So I switch out the lines here. So if I choose it to, the first one is going to be law, and not a lot of things going to make sense. There's not a lot of things are going to be evidence-based, and not a lot of things are going to be considered about the just and equality. But then if you choose equality and just, and then public interest, and then data, evidence, knowledge, and common sense, and then regulation, I think that's how I chose that, just to make a decision. Okay, so when you face a lot of trade-offs, and how do you choose from all of those trade-offs? Okay, that's where judgment comes in. So when we have parameters, so these arguments is we'll get a healthy arguments. So we also have problems when when we're doing policy making, because there's no parameters. So which one we want to prioritize? But if there are parameters, 1, 2, 3, for example, then those arguments will become clear. Oh, this equality aspect doesn't go in, or the public interest aspect doesn't go here and there. So the guideline is there. So by explaining to all of our folks, so this is the set of value that is being held by the leaders, then the arguments will make sense, become objective. But if we don't set the values or the parameters, then all of those arguments will become emotional. All right. So in the context of this setting the value, and how do you build a consensus, or how? Well, for example, when we talk about, or we discuss about conversing, well, eventually it's going to be about environmental. It's about private transport to private passengers, public passengers. We have to allocate enough funds, where in the government's term is subsidy. So this is a post that we have to prepare the allocation for. However, when the parameters exist and we try to argue with the boards of the parliament, it's going to be a lot easier. Why? Because we could choose and see which aspect of equality and just can be adjusted. So which one benefited from the budget? Okay, which aspect of public interest is going to be served, and then the data is also supported. So that's why if we move with this formulation, so the government won't be afraid of criticism. Why? because every time there's criticism, it will enrich the policy formulation process, because but if we put a policy and when there's no formulation, well, and then it got criticized, your ego will be hit, because, well, it's my proposal, it's my policy, but if there's a criteria, and you could place where the authority and everything, and we are truly, and when we talk about the stakeholders and then the boards, it's going to be a lot easier in explaining them. And when we have to choose a policy, even though it doesn't fit with the government law, well, a lot of things that just doesn't fit. So we could, argue back, basically. You want an example? Please, please, yes, please. It's your show. So I'm done in Jakarta, so I could give an example, because if not, I will be in trouble. For example, so minimum wage in Jakarta, according to omnibus law, is going through a revision. So it's around, the increase of minimum wage is around 8% per annually, and then with omnibus law it's 0.8% annually. But then if we follow that old regulation, and we're going to follow through it, and you could imagine what's going to happen when the minimum wage increase is only 0.8. The inflation is going with 3.6, and then the economic growth is 1.5%. So how do you going to explain it? Well, that's a trade-off, right? Yes, but when we use this just public interest, and then Jakarta will still using the old formulation, and we're still being challenged by the Admindo, challenged by and when we brought to PT UN, but then with Kapindo and everyone else, and any of you, if you do you actually brave? You're actually brave enough to increase the minimum wage to just 0.8%, and this is why, if we don't use the approach, when we try to argue back to, so all these proposals will be quite difficult, even though we already produce the data, but with the approach it will be a lot easier. So for the decision that you've made, the populist wise, it's not very advantageous. And have you explained it? Have you experienced it? Yes, I do. I did. When I changed the recruitment system for what makes the favorites of high schoolers, it's no longer the folks who are actually I got a lot of response from them, because they feel like all of those favorite school they feel like all of those favorite school have become their rights. And then we changed into the recruitment system. With this change, and the composition of the students in that school have changed. I'll give you an example. So the high school on Tebet, Bukit Turi, is a good school, I think around Setiabudi. 90%, or maybe more than, maybe even 95% of the parents actually are bachelor studies. When I look at the data, so what happened? So for this, high schoolers are actually escalators so they could go into a prestigious university. If we let this be, and then the gap in Jakarta will be even wider. Why? Because the poverty will enter the second or third school, yet the prosperous one entered the first class one. So we are creating a time bomb in the city. So we introduce changes. So this is one of the policies where the one who protested is actually the middle income. So it's the board of directors and the companies. They protested because, oh no, my kids can't go there. But I said that, yeah, you could still go there. But before, it was dominated by you people. But now the people who actually the one who ride the public transport, well, they couldn't go there, but now they could. So when we approach this, when we make this policy has been pressured quite a lot here, I have said that the majority of us from the politics don't want to pick an option or policy that could have a lot of backlash. Well, well, the ones who are going to receive the benefits is going to become in 15 years ahead, but the ones who's going to receive the disadvantages happens now, and maybe even later on. So that's why it's going to happen around like a third. A third is going to be from the elementary school. The third will go from middle school, and then the third one is going to be the high school. So we create school recruitment transformation. So hopefully one day, where the parents are like selling in the streets, selling street food. So the people, their kid could belong with the people from the high schoolers or with the prosperous ones. However, the political cost is to be upheld on its own, because these people who come from the street foods or street work, they don't come and say, oh, thank you, sir, for us. So these type of policies aren't very popular. However, so you will receive a lot of protests. However, we're sure that this is the future Indonesia that is to be engineered from now. Or maybe it has a relation with the energy sector, for example, where from the economists always conveyed that the price subsidy is also unjust or injustice, because the most consumers are the ones who are prosperous. Well, the poorest stricken have a small amount of consumption, so the impact is actually more on the gap. However, because no one actually tried to change this, because the price subsidy, it doesn't fit, because if we really look at from that side, we don't really actually address on the gap. So how can you answer that? Okay, it's true. So this actually need, if we, in the way we saw it, we need a macro policy that is coherent. So we want that there's a utilization or environmental friendly and healthy, but also just. But if you look at all these policies, all of them, they're not always in sync with each other. For example, on one side, we we push we push about private transport easiness. But on the other side, we also build toll roads, or increasing amount of toll roads for private vehicles. And then the incentive for these toll roads was given here is for the private transportation, private vehicles, not logistic. If you look at it, the logistical transportation it needs to pay a lot more fee. And then we look at the fuel prices. And if we give them a fuel subsidy, at the same time we also make it easier for people to buy vehicles with easier financing. So who's going to lift this? Who's going to uphold this? So we have around like 600,000 barrels. So our consumption is 1.3 or 1.4, right? So this happened. So why this high consumption? Because we give the incentive to buy private vehicles, but for public transport, there's barely any incentives. So yeah, you're correct about. So this is unjust. But when we look at it, it's not about changing the subsidy, but to mainstream a new approach to make public transport massive to all cities in Indonesia. Right now, our 56% of our citizens on cities. If we don't make public transportation in all Indonesian cities, every city will experience what Jakarta have experienced. So yeah, in the urban planning is also the same. So this an additional point here. So in cities, we cannot create a high estate, a high real estate. So what happened? Well, the property price will go high. So what happened? We're going to move to Bekasi, Depok, and Tangerang, and then we have to make toll roads. So what we do as government, so we forbid people from building high estates, and then they move to other places, and then we create toll roads. And this is why we've got this pretty. So that's why when we create public transport to outside cities, and we could make it easier to build skyscrapers or high buildings, so it make it easier for people who buy meter per squares. So people will go into the cities, and everything will be worked on with public transport. So that's why that we needs to pull ourselves in to be more to few things on our helicopters, because the incentive is wrong here, or the subsidy is wrong, because why are we giving subsidies or incentives for the prosperous one? But I also see that there's a policy or agenda that doesn't fit, that makes everything happen. So the context here is that when you said that in Jakarta, the revenue or the income is pretty big, and you could afford quite a bit of things, right? So the affordability is also, at the end of the day, is going to hit the government. So I say, for example, the subsidy is all 20% for all state budget. Everything could become a time bomb in the international market. However, there are several things that before we go there, but from your side, itself, if Jakarta have a higher affordability from other places, do you have an empathy for the other regions?
Related to their budget? Yeah. So if the government cannot do it, if let's say DKI can easily do it because that in revenue is better, but for those that areas who does not have good revenue, what will happen? So there should be a shift. This is of course due to urbanization, right? Most of the mobilization is in the cities, right? So in the future, we need to have an agency to handle cities with sufficient budget. We have Ministry of Villages, but we don't have Ministry of Cities, while the population of cities are increasing. Well, it has also no guidelines. If you ask the mayors, do they have the guidelines to build their city? They will have no answer to it. But if they had a village, they do have the guidelines because they have the Minister of Village who have the guidelines. But when it comes to cities, they don't have. How many percentage using the public transportation, how many percentage to use the sewerage system, to the gas pipe, and others. So if we so the budget should come from the central government, because the financing structure in the exactly it's to the central first. So if it's not earmarked for the need of management in the cities, then it will go away. Yeah. It's almost time, but now we go back to something simple. From your side, you once promised, let's say to your families first, that your future, it's looking at is it good looking at the global trend, and what will you promise to your own children? My son, yeah, to build their optimism that the future will be better than now. Okay. When I talk to my children, I told them that change comes very quickly. So you have to have the ability to learn and unlearn. So you have to be a learner. When they choose their faculties, their majors, I give them the freedom. But I ask them to choose a subject that requires a way of thinking that is systematic, logic, because I'm hoping that they will become a learner. So in the future, the big opportunity, their optimism exists, but you have to be a learner, meaning you are able to learn and unlearn. In saying this, do you have any concerns about our environment situation, climate change, and you started from the extreme climate, not only heat, but also extreme cold, and also have an impact to others, not only the surface of the sea and others, but also about the harvesting, plantation, agriculture, and others. So how can you always convince that our future is still good? So far, I've never chat directly about agriculture with my children, but I'm happy when I once entered my third child. He's still in the junior high school. He has a big poster in his wall. He said, written there, Ocean Saver. What is this Ocean Saver? And so he said, I and my classmates made a project on how to save our ocean, and also mentioning about the Teluk Jakarta from the trash that are disrupting the environment. For me, when he has a technical plan, even very small but related to environment, that it already answers of my concern. And I never discuss it with them about agriculture, about the supply side, but in the reduction of the residues of the activities, that it should be managed well. And it seems that for children in the cities, but residue is easier to be captured rather than the supply or food and other basic needs, because it's more connect related to them. So if your children's friend will ask you if you have ideas to improve the environment, do you have the answers? So this is how we see it in the upstream sector. It's the sustainability in the execution of the food products. It has to be the main agenda. And we see destruction occurring here are lacking of the attention from the state. We see destructed land due to use of inappropriate chemicals, and also financing which does not orient to a production device that is environmental friendly. So I see that this is a sector that needs our attention. We have not paid attention to their welfare, especially and moreover to the welfare of the farmers and their environment. So this is a homework, but if I may, this is something that will become our priority. The food production is a sector that they can save, and the environment is safe. Okay, I think this is the last question from us. So all this time, what legacy have you given, and what other legacy that you will leave? So all this time, what legacy have you created, and in the future, what legacy that people can see that, okay, so this is what Pak Anies have left us. So some of the works can be seen now, mostly are the tangible ones. The intangible ones normally cannot be directly seen. I see that the tangible legacy can be shown, but the one that is not seen is also important. We feel that in the political process, these unseen are not being provided attention. For example, reformation of education, health, insurance, it's not seen. So I hope my legacy is simple. Say in Jakarta, people can say Sokaramdi. Luckily, I live in Jakarta. If we have people saying that, I'm happy. All right, I was given 20 minutes, but now 30 minutes. So again, thank you. Because actually, I would like to spend the whole day, but due to the limitation of time, thank you very much, Mr. Anies. who have spent time with us from until this late afternoon. We received so many insights from him. And maybe we can also give opportunity to other candidates directly or maybe through Zoom or recorded. And we will give it to the committee to give the opportunity. So before we end this, please give a big round of applause. Thank you very much for Bapak Anies Baswedan and Mr. Widiawan. Please remain on the stage because we are going to have a photo session. I would also like to invite all members of ICEF to join us to have a photo session. Mr. Gusari, Mr. Bambang Harimurti, and Mr. Saleh Abdul Rahman.
Silakan boleh maju sedikit Pak ke tengah.
Please move to the middle a bit.
Oke, silakan diatur kameramen.
Please, cameraman.
Baik Bapak dan Ibu sekalian.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we need to inform you that we also invite other presidential candidates. However, even for now, wait. Please stay on the stage because we still have other ICEF members, Mas Delon and Mbak Citra, Pak Widiawan, and others. Please stay on the stage because we're going to have another photo session. Maybe you could take a picture on the photo booth.
Oh iya, oke. Baik.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen. So I need to repeat that we've also invited other presidential candidates, but even until now, there's still no sign of them coming in. So these other candidates are Ganjar Pranowo and Pak Prabowo Subianto. So we're still trying to invite them in other days, in the upcoming days. Okay, for the next session, it's still moderated by Pak Widiawan office. So we're going to another feedback session from the panelists, which is Bapak Gusari and Bapak Bambang Harimurti and Bapak Saleh Abdurrahman.
Lagi tadi dipotong. Ini ada 4 kan? Bapak Abdul Saleh, Sekali lagi,
Baik.
So we are now at the end of our session. I, Widyan Pratnaja, normally people call me Wawan, member of Indonesia Clean Energy Forum, would like to invite our colleagues. We have Mr. Agusari. Agusari is known as an expert in environment, both in forestry, land use. So people normally ask him to be the speaker in various forums. And this time, we also ask his opinion on what has been presented by Pak Anies. And next, we have Pak Bambang Harimurti. Before he was a reporter in Tempo. He is also a member of Indonesia Clean Energy Forum. One more, I would actually like to invite Mr. Saleh Abdurrahman. He was here. Pak Saleh is a public service in the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources. Now, he is one of the commissioner in the management in oil and gas. I will start with Mas Agus, Mr. Agusari. I would like to touch base about the condition. Maybe I can continue my question. So should we be optimistic or what to looking at our future? Is it Indonesia or Jakarta? Both Jakarta and Indonesia. Actually, I really hope that all the presidential candidates, three of them, can give their views on environment and energy transition issues, because I really want to listen how each of them present their ideas, their views on the current condition and others. Unfortunately, we only get one out of all the three, but one out of the three is actually quite good on the presentation, and therefore gives an optimism for us that there are such views. If the question is whether we are going to be better or worse, this depends actually. So it is a classical issue in a developing country such as Indonesia, that development and environment is always against each other. That we need to build first, we have to be prosperous first. Once we are prosperous, then we will have options to clean our environment. The issue is, this is rooted these views, so it's difficult to review. So it's difficult to give alternatives. Well, actually, there are many issues that environment is not against each other, and actually environment is a factor apart from the development. Apart from good environment, the development cannot move well. Without the good environment, the development will also not go well. And even in many cases, it will go backwards. And we've seen this. Let's say the floods, fire, where there will be a cost. And there is the role to slow down the development. Jakarta's air that is very dark will force Jakarta citizens to give additional expenses for their health, to go to hospitals. This morning I just chatted with someone saying that, Agus, my apologies, I'm chatting with you from the hospital because I'm coughing. And there are many people like that. Or prevent by using air purifiers so that the air that they use can be cleaner. So that's cost, right? A cost that actually should be paid by the public through the public scheme, not by individual through individual scheme. And therefore, from there, again, my answer, this depends actually. So for you who are here, the issues of environment is one issue which in the past are not seen or maybe very rarely be seen. And so maybe now is the time for us to give attention as one of the factors that needs to be considered. Thank you. Now I will go to Pak Bambang. Pak Bambang, you often observe the public policy in various decades, earlier to now. If we want to learn something from that, especially related to the policy that have an impact to the environment that is not getting better. So from your perspective, what are the priorities which should be the focus of the government now to the future? Thank you. The way I see it is the same as what Mr. Anis said. So this issue have been discussed. It's a textbook wise. But for reporters, we'll see how it's the implementation. I was interested with Mr. Agusari. Now we complain about air pollution. And then we have more information, we have leaked information in public policy. If you open it into one, and who he's not taking advantage of this. Sometimes it can be the same person. For example, all of us here, we are being disadvantaged using this, and on the other hand, we are also taking benefits of the cheap tariff for electricity, and with taking benefits to the subsidized fuel. But the problem, who will make the decision saying that we'll accept it or not? And those two problems, so we are actually the high risk people. Let's say we have asthma, people will say better me pay the higher price for fuel, but I'm protected from the dirty air. But for those taxi drivers, for example, it's better for me to experience air pollution rather than having an increased price in gasoline, for example. So now it's the ideal condition. We have to try to find a win-win solution. Those who does not have pollution, the gasoline will remain cheap, but this is impossible, right, sir? So I think we have to be smarter from that end. Now, because now we have Dr. Wawa and others, actually we can do a certification, for example. Why it's in Jakarta, for example, where the population are richer, those are segments. There should be a subsidized gasoline, for example. Subsidized gasoline should be sold in the environment with poor family, or maybe just give direct subsidy, or maybe just give it to motorcycles. but then there will be protests related to it. What about the lecturers? The lecturers say, what about me? If the gasoline price increase and my salary doesn't increase, then I will be stuck. So it seems like in the current era, with what we have Facebook and Google, we can identify what we know, what we want before we realize it. So I think if the governance bank director is planned to manage their data of the population, so the subsidy can be more accepted. Not like now, the social ministry just released when it turns out that the one receiving the support funds are government officials. So this actually we can regulate this and can be digitalized. Mr. Saleh, in BAPH Migas, there are on-site factors. For example, the association and misuse of the gasoline. So those contexts, in this case, is the BPH Migas, Ministry of BPM. So what is actually the learning? What is the learning that can be implemented or not? As what you mentioned, there is cost and there's an impact. Does this have to be informed, saying that, as you know, when I have not been learned, like say we already have the quota, but then it turns out that we're lacking to fill in the quota. So is there a feedback from them to have a better policy?
Thank you, Pawawan. As for the researchers, there's a lot of them. Well, we agreed upon that. But when it comes to the implementation, well, they're waiting for the new president. So I want to go out of topic for a bit, because don't forget that fossil is still dominating our development, our buildings. Well, 88%, maybe even almost 90%. So our group, so we want to jump over, we want to just go through it, but we couldn't. So we need to finish this 88% of this, so of this mix. So this Jakarta pollution is actually caused by a particulate matter, whether it's from the CFPP or even from fuel. But even compared to China, we're still above them. This is what needs to be handled first. But even with the assumption that there are a bigger costs, yes, true. So can we just we forgot about, or even just fossil needs to be abandoned as fast as possible? Well, you can't do that because it doesn't stimulate all those researches on efficiency. We don't also forget that if we compare with other Malaysia, whose way of life is similar to us, to reach a GDP of 10,000 US dollar of KWH, so it's about 5,000 kilowatts. So it's quite hard to create this study or research. So if Indonesia wants to be Malaysia, where our GDP per capita, where China is the same as well, well, it's around 10 to 11,000 US dollar per capita, and kilowatts is around. So we have an example where it's going to be a big developed country or other. Well, there's no reason for, oh, we're just an archipelagic country. No, it's the same. Even something like Malaysia, for example, when we created Kent, we debated, and we want to set how much is a kilowatts per capita. We say, oh, say 5,000, and we say, no, it's not realistic. It needs to be double digit for the power plant. We'll say we'll create 2,500 kilowatts, and then the average for the global per capita is around, doesn't even reach 3,000, so around 2014. So the second one here, so you need to be realistic as well in looking our own condition. So what we want to convey here is that, so like Pasis, for example, is that the energy sector is a collaboration, and I said, what can we receive from Panis' presentation is it's all about connectivity. So Panis has been emphasis on connectivity and collaboration. The connectivity on supply and then multi-synergy in several modes and then infrastructure. And this is what he has been said. But of course, in the global or even central level or national level needs to be discussed again. And then related to a fuel subsidy, or the solution, well, how is it? The option, the available option right now is digitalization. So we already said that, so what are the available options right now? Because the subsidy needs to be verified first, right? So if the system is, so I don't think we will find, we will reach the direct subsidy because it's complicated and not guaranteed. If, for example, that the fuel price is hikes up, where the public transport will be prohibited, where our inflation will also covered by the fund support. So digitalization has almost 95% on transactions. Pak Agusari, buy Dexlite, for example. What fuel type do you buy, for example? So we're talking about the solar or the biofuels, the one who use Pajero and something like Pertama DX. So this is what we want to prove with the digitalization, the QR codes. So by name, by address, by nick, so all the data will be available there. So we could create. So when we create a policy, it will be a lot easier. Also, we could see the regulation, and then we could see the power of the car, for example. So we would work together with the local police. So cars, for example, we're going to implement a QR code on the cars. So when they receive or allowed to buy a fuel subsidy, subsidized fuel, so their second car could not able to do that. So the good news here is that 99% of biofuel is, for example, back then the misuse. So the misusage. Okay, okay. So it can be representative. So misusage. So this kind of misuse where before the digitalization or QR code, so Pagusari, you could fill out 200 liters here, you could move here over here, all is allowed, and then in this gas station is allowed. So there's no, the data is not collected, it's not connected. So for example, Pagus have filled in this with this gas station and you fill out 60 liter, you fill out all of your subsidy, and then you go here, you couldn't do it, and this is quite an improvement. So what this means is going to be implemented here. So we often said that My Pertamina is going to be an application that will contribute to that. Well, My Pertamina is part of the subsidy because My Pertamina is not a promotion, but is our biggest consumer here. So what this means that My Pertamina is actually not actual subsidy. So My Pertamina is a platform that we could use. We could fuel through My Pertamina, but needs to be on the list of proper subsidy. So that's why the one who doesn't need it, and what needs are the ones who are poverty stricken. But for us, we still could buy the non-subsidized fuel. Okay, Pak Gusari, because we also, so we also heard that Professor Purno, I'm sorry, Pak Febrio also said that it is cheaper to handle carbon in forest sector compared to energy and transportation sector. What this means that this will mean that that we better do an offset on between sectors, or well, I actually don't really agree about on the view where to reduce emission in the follow sector is cheaper than energy and transportation sector. I don't agree with it. Or maybe we need more. Well, maybe you need the cost going higher. But yeah, it's true. It's true. I mean the permanent issue, for example, where the carbon absorbed by forests is and when to be compared with the energy sector, where it needs to be forever in the forest, where this tree cannot be cut down at all, and it's impossible. But this means that when it's actually cut down, needs to be a replacement there, and that alone needs to be included in the calculation. And the second one, there's a lot of things that is operational wise that could improve or maybe increase costs on emission reduction in the technology sector, for example, and energy, for example. We could say that when we do it once and it's done, we could just ongoing. We could just monitor it. But if forest conservation, for example, needs to be monitored monitored every day. Uh, it should be first supervised every day. So I feel that, and these two things is pretty similar. So none of them are like pricier than the other. So the question here is that can they can they synergize with each other? Like volume can affect energy and transportation. So I feel like Polu is going to be proven effective in 2030. Oh yeah, yes. But I feel like yeah, it's possible, it's allowed, but there needs to be a specific mechanism. So instead of creating a quota to just specific percentage, for example, so my advice is need to create a new mechanism first, where it's only allowed to become an offset for the energy sector if several things have been fulfilled or requirements have been fulfilled or become permanent, for example. So maybe every 25 years they have achieved this requirement, and then the carbon is no longer set, or maybe after 25 years then the tree needs to be cut down, for example, then there won't be any value to the activity as a emission reduction. So the crucial or the critical carbon has a rate, right? So for non-pollu, there's no such thing as that. So when they move from coal power to renewable energy forever, that the new coal power plant will be used anymore, right? It's a permanent thing. So can I respond about the subsidy? Because subsidy is something that's always annoy me a bit, because it is something that's very close to me. Because if we look at the mechanism that's truly targeted, is also difficult, because there's something that's always able to bypass it. The ones that wasn't subsidized, but actually they actually enjoy it, because so why the percentage isn't big enough? So if the subsidy system is still the same, where we subsidize by a product, for example, well, the target will be inefficient at all. So the more spendful it is, well, they're going to enjoy the subsidy even. So the one who doesn't have cars or motorcycle will enjoy the subsidy. So there's two things here. The first one is uh, that instead of confused about my Pertamina, just create maybe per province, for example, or per cities. So for Jakarta, whose income per capita is around 700 US dollar per capita, well, just tax the Jakarta. So gas station in Jakarta will be more pricier than Bekasi or Depok. Well, doesn't matter. So people who's going to go to fill their to refuel on Bekasi or Depok just to save cost. Well, let them, because this is a disincentivize them, right? Because in areas where with high income, well, the price needs their prices shouldn't be subsidized, because Jakarta has become a part of a developed country in a developing country. So so don't create a system as it is. So it's also the structure. It's the second one. When the subsidy is gone, is removed, but the subsidy can be supervised into, or maybe it can be moved into a more beneficial sector. For example, education. Maybe, for example, BPJS to be cheaper. Maybe even, or maybe on health sector. So when the public will see that, oh, as it turns out, public-wise, their expenditure per month won't be the same, even though won't be that different, because the subsidy from other places also increase. Yeah, thank you. Okay, thank you, Pak Agus. So I think, like we have explained by Pak Agnis, all the inputs, these different inputs and feedbacks will enrich the process. So this actually one thing, Pak Bambang, because Pak Bambang always supervise things that's related to biofuel. So we always dichotomize of biofuel with fossils, even though biofuel is quite advanced, right? So maybe Pak Agus can also commentate on the impact on carbon emission here, and maybe even biofuels in the SS. It could be a negative thing too, right? So Pak Bambang, so looking from the biofuels that could be used by transportation, or maybe biomass that could be used by power plants. So in our position, are we not serious enough in handling these things? So what do you feel?
Yeah, I think so. And actually, Indonesia's future, I will say that Indonesia needs to develop its biofuel, because Indonesia has the potential. We left the we left OPEC, right? But maybe we can establish organization of biofuels exporter countries. People always say, "Ah, you're imagining things." The people never realize. Maybe some in this room, Indonesia is the largest producers of biodiesel. Even though to produce biodiesel, we have to spend a lot of subsidy, but it's not covered by the people of Indonesia. So biodiesel have receive a lot of subsidy, but it's not burden to the people of Indonesia. It's covered by the people in China and India, because what happened if we export CPO or frying oil, they have export levy, and there's one for the export levy. Well, the funds is not going to the state budget, but it goes to the management agency for palm oil, and is mostly used to subsidy the biodiesel program. So the levy for export, who will pay? It's paid by those who imported CPO from Indonesia. And the value is quite high, around 80 trillion. It depends on the price. And this is a win-win situation, because this is done when the CPO price is way below due to the overproduction. With producing this biodiesel production, suddenly the demand increased. If the demand is higher than supply, the price will increase, right? And the second one, we don't need to import solar because we have this biodiesel. Unfortunately, this policy is not implemented to other commodity, especially coal. Coal, we are the largest exporter in the world. Sometimes we compete with Australia, and if we do this, I think Pricewaterhouse have done the study. In 2040, this is missing. If we put a LEFI for export and the funds is not included in the state budget, but it's used to subsidize the green technology, so we can make it as an offset. So the pollution will be for those who purchased our coal, who will enjoy the air pollution while we get the funds to subsidize. So we export our air pollution, even though worldwide it's not good because but we're not adding with the world's problem. We just shifted the air pollution in Indonesia maybe to India or to China or to other countries purchasing coal from Indonesia. While the subsidy, we will use it because some of the resources for the biofuel is waste. There are many not realize that Indonesia is suffering for trash emergency, while actually in Indonesia we only manage 40% of the total waste. So every year 60% of waste of the Indonesian population is thrown everywhere. Some goes to the river and then goes to the sea. So Indonesia has is the largest contributor to the ocean waste. So if we calculate, it's up to 70 million tons. Once it enters the landfill, the economic ones have been taken by the scavengers. We have billions of scavengers, so we don't have to worry. The remains are thrown to the landfill. All the methane will then add to the air pollution. Well, actually, PLN have said that if the waste is crunch and then give a bacteria and cap, then it can replace coal. So those funds can be used to subsidize this. It's not won't be a lot. With the current price for coal, there shouldn't be any subsidy. While PLN are using 120 ton of coal. 120 ton of if we do co-firing with the waste, it can be 25 to 70 million of fuel replacement for coal. At least 30 million of coals where the businessmen are not happy because it was purchased with the price of DMO $70, while the reference part is $180. So it's actually a subsidy, right? It's best maybe use our waste, replacing the 30 million ton of coals, which can be exported. Imagine the value, and our waste, the 70 million tons, which is giving a headache for all the local government, will eliminate, and the coal power plant will be greener because the waste, the solution in the cities, we use the incinerator or we bury it. If we keep it like that, then it will produce methane gas. But at least if we do what the option, at least we eliminate the pollution for sea and others. Now, more people are focused in the for the coal power plant. It changes, yeah. But what's more important is there was a presidential decree. Some cities, including DKI, has to use an incinerator. The waste from Jakarta is around 7 tons per day. If we put it in the incinerator, they should have the right, and they should have the pollution air, right? But the incinerators chimneys and it's only produces 2/3 of the chimneys. And for Jakarta, it's 30 trillions for 70 tons of waste. Rather than we throw away investment of 30 trillions and also operational cost around 700,000 per ton. So it's 2 trillions per year to operate this. Rather better to use this money to repair the fuel of the coal power plant. It won't come to 30 trillions, and the expenses, the fumes would be better. But those who doesn't agree are those who have the incinerator projects, those who have project waste to electricity, and this is not something simple. This is funded by ADB and other donors. So I think if we are willing to do so and forget about the eco-sectoral, there are many innovative solutions. But this is for transition, yeah? This is not for final. Because the need of 120 tons, maybe 30 million tons is from waste, and the remains, people often forget we have palm plantation on 13 hectares. And every 25 years, we have to renew it. So around 3%. So if we calculate every year, the palm plantation have to cut the trees more than 100 million tons per year. And for them, it's cost because palm oil plantation, the palm will have to be buried. If not, then they will produce methane, and it is more dangerous compared to carbon. So if there is someone who wants to process to be a biomass, they're happy because there's no cost to be spent. And if we ground it and we give bacteria to it, and normally it can be accessed by the truck, and if you carry it with the draft, it can go directly to the coal power plant. If that 100 million of is around 30 million years, we can export our coal, and we can make the circular economy from millions of years, because carbon is released in within seconds. If they use the palm, it will be reduced up to 25 years. They will wait for 25 years, absorbing the carbon from our air and then released. But then they will be absorbed again. So the cycle is 25 years. And also, when we talk about APLI, this is what's good about Omnibus Law. In this case, there is a positive thing in Omnibus Law that now the forestry zone, the permits can be multiple. Normally, HPH is only HPH. 3% is cut and is planted. HTI have their own permits. With Omnibus Law, we can have the HPH, and then we have the HTI, and then energy forest. So when we produce biomass, we can export more than sufficient, and we do co-firing in our electricity supply, and actually in UK it succeeded. Rather than they cut off the coal power plant, they just replace it with bio. For wind and solar, it's challenging. So these potentials, if this is actually a political problem, technical and innovative solution, we can consider this as a low-hanging fruit. So this is how we face this political. So this is a good knowledge for us to know together. I think for the last one, Mr. Saleh, it won't be complete if we don't talk about gas as a bridging for the transition. How is, what do you think? Because you often manage about this. Thank you, sir.
So I add a little bit about the comparison that Malaysia is around 5,000 kilowatt per capita and GDP. So right now it's at 110, 1,100 kilowatts per capita. So the relation about where's our industry's direction gonna go? Well, they said that we're going to face industrial prematures. So if we don't handle well, it's going to be a very urgent discussion. And then when Pak Gusari said that, well, even in developed country also give subsidy, but like Malaysia is still giving subsidy, even America. So even in several sections, they're still giving subsidy. However, what's being subsidized is the high RON. So this is what's different from us. Even though the production price for RON 92 and RON 95 is actually not that big. RON 92 is not Euro 4 yet. It's still below Euro 4. So back to gas. So we often said that 2021 and 2031 is the golden age for gas. This is the golden age of gas. So we have to truly optimize. We need to when the government needs to truly give a great of incentive. But now the government has given HGBT or but now what certain things that we haven't doing a lot of evaluation is the competitiveness of the several industry that we've given HGBT, because so this is a luxurious policy too. The given where the country will handle or reduce our income, so it could be competitive. So they could, and the domestic commodity prices also can be supported. So it won't be the same as the economical gas price. So last time the ministry has also created a transmission price, where we're trying to prepare WJB. So after we've received or located the location or areas, so we could put a lot of sectors. So it could for the industry is okay, and then the other things are okay. So this gas can actually replace coal as the fuel. Yes, of course, the pricing policy needs to be recalculated well. So on the upstream is all right, but the ones on the transporter, the ones who complain a lot, even though the transporters and on this. So this is the ones that we want to. So if we want to develop this gas industry, we need to maintain the transporter economy, and also people who actually have this and who benefits this networks can be sold to the consumers. But what I want to say here is that we know the issues and we are trying to fix it, and we want to accelerate to the next steps, because right now So the Batang Semarang pathway or roads, and well, this is a state budget, but so we've created the business scheme. So I believe that gas in the next 10 years can be achieved with all the support from the colleagues. So yeah, I was being reminded that the time is up. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen, who have been patient with us researching and discussing, especially with what's been conveyed and presented by Pak Anies. We are truly thankful for the panelists, Pak Agusari, Pak Bambang, and Pak Abdurrahman. And let's give us a round of applause for them. And with this, I will end the session. Yeah, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. So I guess please give another round of applause for the panelists and the moderators on the stage. And for the panelists and moderators, please do stay there because we will do a photo session, a group photo session. Mas Fabi Tumiwa, please enter the stage as well.
Sebentar.
Okay, all ready? Give us your best smile, please. Once again, 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you once again for Pak Widjawan and all the panelists who are members of Indonesia Clean Energy Forum. Okay, please return to your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, as such, our time or event in this day is over, and all the discussion and session can be an inspiration and reference, so we could work together and integrate to achieve energy transition. Just like what Pak Anies has said, the key is collaboration. So we need to collaborate with intersectors. Okay, we also want to remind that tomorrow's agendas on Tuesday, 19 September 2023, we will start on 9 a.m. in the same location, which is Ballroom 1, JS Luansa Hotel, Jakarta. All the participants that wants to attend offline, please please fill out the attendance, the list on the website, and also we also give out the agenda for the second and third day on those channels, and also at KSDM and YouTube, Instagram channel Institute for Essential Services Reform at IESR.id. Once again, we want to say thank you for all of your participation here. And we also give thank you for the PT JETP Energy. And ladies and gentlemen, please don't forget to visit the booths that is on the front of the ballroom, and you can also enjoy the snacks and also take a picture on the photo booth. And once again, thank you. I'm February Fayati. I'm Karfata. We'll say thank you and let's see again in Indonesia Energy Transition Dialogue 2022. Peace be upon you all.